Good evening, West Orange. This is your Zoom moderator, Joe Fagan, and welcome to the council meeting for June 24th, 2025. There is no public comment on Zoom, but if you want to join us here in council chambers, 66 Main Street, you will be permitted public comment. At this time, I would like to turn the meeting over to our council president.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. First of all, I want to announce that I have advised my colleagues to consider the heat and the humidity and dress more casually than they might regularly do. And therefore, I do not have a tie and I do not have a jacket suit, but I'm much more comfortable. I'm a shorts and flip-flops guy, but I thought that was a little bit too much, so I do have regular clothes on. Anyway, to start the meeting, Madam Clerk, please.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on January 7th, 2025, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on January 16th, 2025. Let the record show that Councilwoman Castellino is absent this evening. Councilwoman Rudin? Here. Councilwoman Scarpa?
Present.
Council President Krakowiak?
Present.
Mayor McCartney?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a full agenda tonight, so I just encourage everybody, either a public comment or up here on the dais, to keep their remarks as efficient and as short as practical. The first item on our consent agenda is a proclamation honoring former Councilwoman Azmaret Gebermichael. Those of you who haven't heard, she resigned at the end of a special council meeting a couple of weeks ago, and we are going to honor her tonight. And as befits Councilwoman Gebermichael, who has had some health challenges, as has her son recently, she cannot attend tonight because she has COVID. So it is in some way fitting. I've spoken to her a couple of times today, and she sounds under the weather, but she can still speak. So I think that's a good sign. Anyway, I'm going to speak the proclamation, and then I'm going to invite up Councilwoman Gebermichael's father, who a lot of you already know, and we have a special treat for you after that. Whereas Azmaret Gebermichael has dedicated her life to public service and volunteerism, beginning as a young resident of West Orange and continuing through her professional career serving the residents of West Orange and Essex County. And whereas Azmaret has made history as the first elected Ethiopian and Eritrean in the state of New Jersey. And whereas Azmaret served for 7 years on the West Orange Human Relations Commission, promoting unity, diversity, and a stronger, more inclusive community. And whereas in 2022, Azmaret was elected to the West Orange Township Council as the highest vote getter in that election, where she served with distinction for 2.5 years, bringing a fresh perspective, unwavering integrity, and an unrelenting focus on good governance and putting West Orange residents first. And whereas during her time on the council, Azmaret remained a strong advocate for transparency, fiscal responsibility, and inclusivity, and whereas beyond her elected service, Azmaret has proudly served the people of West Orange and Essex County for over a decade, where she continues to work diligently to address constituent concerns and strengthen community connections. And whereas a proud mother, community leader, and advocate, Azmaret has balanced her professional responsibilities with unwavering devotion to her family, raising her son Marcos with the same values of hard work, service, and compassion that she brings to her public life. And whereas Azmaret's tenure on the council was defined by her courage to stand firmly for what is right, her willingness to ask the tough questions, and her steadfast commitment to representing the residents with integrity, transparency, and authenticity. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Township Council of West Orange hereby recognizes and honors Azmaret Gebermichael for all outstanding service, leadership, and continued dedication to the people of West Orange, Essex County, and the state of New Jersey. And Be it further resolved that we express our sincere gratitude for her contributions and wish her continued success, fulfillment, and joy in all of her future endeavors. Thank you very much. So I want to invite up Azmaret's father. He is known popularly as Kaz Geber-Michael, very prominent citizen here in town, and just want to present this to him and let him say a few words. Let me just give you, and we might have a picture here. Thanks.
Good to see you.
And I just want to say one more thing before I turn it over. I have never met a more principled politician in my entire life than Azmaret. And she has taught me a thing or two about the importance of principles. And I think that's due to her parents in part. So anyway, I just want to let Kaz talk.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'm Azmaret's father, Pastor Gabriel Michael, and I'm here speaking on her behalf. She wishes more than anything that she could be here in person tonight. But once again, the universe had other plans. She missed the election night because of COVID, and tonight she got COVID too. It's amazing. And now, unfortunately, she's missing the special recognition for the same reason, I guess, the universe is keeping her humble. But even from home, she didn't want to miss the chance to say thank you to the Township of West Orange, her colleagues, her incredible community for this honor. Since she couldn't be here, she asked the person she's most proud of, her son, our grandson, Marcos, to share a few words on her behalf. Marcos. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Marcos, and I'm Councilwoman Azmaret's son. Unfortunately, my mom couldn't be here tonight because she's home recovering from COVID, but she asked me to be here and share these words on her behalf. First, on her behalf of my mom, I want to thank the Township of West Orange for this incredible honor. Being recognized by the town that raised her, where her roots run deep, is something she will carry with her for the rest of her life. To our family, friends, and everyone who came out tonight, thank you. Your love and support has been the foundation that has carried her throughout this journey. To my grandparents, mommy's parents, your example shaped everything she is. Your selfless service, your strength, your love for this community that inspired her from a young age. You taught her to lead it with heart, to never forget where she comes from, and to always make room at the table for others. And to me, her son, Marcos, she says that I'm her greatest blessing. She says I'm the reason she fights so hard. Every time she speaks up or shows up, it's because she wants me to see what strength, integrity, and purpose looks like. And she hopes I always know how proud she is to be my mom. To our Ethiopian and Eritrean community, thank you for being her village, her heritage, and her strength. You have shown her what resilience looks like. And your unwavering support has meant everything. And to her West Orange Village and Essex County Village, thank you for always being there for her. Throughout every success, every challenge, and every hard-fought moment, you stood by her, lifted her, and reminded her why community matters. Your encouragement, your faith in her, and your friendships have made this journey possible. She also asked me to express her deepest gratitude to Essex County Executive Joe DiVincenzo and Chief of Staff Phil, my mom's bosses. Joe D, thank you for believing in her. Your leadership has been nothing short of extraordinary. She says you are, without question, not only the greatest county executive, but one of the greatest elected officials this country has ever seen. The transformation of Essex County under your leadership, from financial crisis to a AAA bond rating, from struggling public spaces to world-class parks and facilities, is remarkable. You've shown all of us what good governance truly looks like. And Phil, thank you for being the steady force behind so much of that success. Your mentorship, your strategic mind, and your heart for public service has helped shape her into the leader she is today. No textbook or her master's in public administration degree could have prepared her more than the lessons she's learned from both of you. Serving the people of West Orange and your council and as your councilwoman has been one of the greatest honors of her life. Every decision she made came from a place of service, love, and responsibility to people who put their trust in her. Even through the most difficult moments, she stayed true to who she is, because our residents deserve no less. Tonight's recognition is not just about her, it is about all of us. It is about the community, it is about representation, and it is about never giving up, even when the path gets hard. And most of all, it is about leaving something better behind for the next generation. Thank you for believing in her, thank you for walking with her, and thank you for allowing her the privilege of serving. And as her son, I just want to say how proud I am of my mom.
Okay,
If we
I
could just.
I would like to make a remark on behalf of my colleague, if I can. Councilwoman Geber Michael and I shared, well, first of all, Tanaistaling and Demanatu. We shared a love of Wat, Shiro, Injera, Dinich, Atkilt. And it was sort of the basis of my original love for Asmaret. I was so sad that she resigned, but I respect her decision to prioritize her health. Serving the public while managing a full-time job, raising a wonderful son, and having a serious spinal injury is not easy. All of the love that this room has brought to her has helped her through this difficult time. And I'm just so sorry that she can't be on the dais with us at this point. Asmaret brought strength, principle, and an unwavering voice to this council. She wasn't afraid to challenge longstanding issues, including the unacceptable practice of allowing the township attorney to operate without a contract for over a year, something she fought to end. She also brought diversity and representation to our governing body, and her presence mattered to this council and to our community. I will miss her voice, her conviction, and our work together. I'll miss having her sitting next to me just to be able to laugh with her. I wish her a full recovery and thank her for her dedicated service to West Orange. Betanesh Yitfues, which means, I think, speedy healing. Okay, I said it right. Okay.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I agree with everything you said. And I'd now like to ask Councilwoman Scarpa if she has any further comments, please.
Yes, I do. I want to say that I agree with everything that both of you have said. Councilwoman Geber Michael has been a committed council member and friend, and her love of public service has always been so evident in every endeavor she and I undertook together. And of course, all those that she undertook on her own, and she will always be in my prayers.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, next item on the conference agenda. Yeah, I don't know anything about this, so if
This
whoever
person.
authorized you to do this, just please. Okay, well, please come forward. Please come forward then.
Yeah. I didn't get official, but I knew that she would be here, and I could not be here tonight to say something about Asmaret and to present to her, to let her know that the West Orange African Heritage Organization honors her and thanks her for the dedication, service, and commitment to our organization and to the West Orange Township. Councilwoman Asmaret Geberak Michael, your presence, of course, as everyone has said, will be sorely missed. So we're here to present you hopefully something that you will keep forever, because it's our name and your picture on this plaque that we love and adore you so very much. Okay. The West Orange people here, can you just come, just for the picture, just look back. I don't want to take over, it's just that we love Admiral so much, and we just want to let her know in this picture that we appreciate her, and we will miss her.
Okay, we'll look this way, it's a great thing. One more. Beautiful, and my standard feet, please.
Yes.
Is there anyone else who wants to honor Councilwoman Geber Michael? This is the time. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, everyone. Next on the agenda, if I may, is a proclamation celebrating Juneteenth from Mayor McCartney. Mayor McCartney, please.
So good evening, everyone, and maybe from people in the viewing audience, you can see that the council chamber is full. People, well wishes for Asmaret. We just wish her Godspeed. It's lovely to see so many family and friends here to wish her well. So it was a lovely tribute and proclamation. So this proclamation, I don't see Tammy Williams here, but we kicked off this weekend with the sports and games at the Recreation Department. This first summer weekend, they had lovely family-friendly event over at the town pool. People of all ages. It was a lovely evening on Friday. And under the leadership of former Councilwoman Tammy Williams, Tammy started our Juneteenth, establishing that here in West Orange back in 2020. It has grown into a lovely event. It brought people to the West Orange Public Library to hear authors, children's authors, film. The West Orange Arts Council had a beautiful art exhibit. And another presentation, educational forum, filmed there also, and again at Luna Stage. So it was highlighting the entire weekend of events for bringing the whole community together over the weekend for Juneteenth. So this proclamation is really for the committee, the Juneteenth committee that put that together for our township. And also this weekend, I wanted to thank Zufall Health, our new neighbors across the street. They've only been there a year. And on Saturday morning, they provided free dental care for over 100 veterans, which is just very important for our veterans in the surrounding area. So it was a wonderful kickoff to summer, and I will present this to Tammy when I see her. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Mayor. Next on the agenda is a presentation on a feasibility study for town-owned buildings we've been waiting for a long time. I just want to pass this over to Interim Business Administrator Pete Smeraldo to introduce our guests, please.
Council President, members of the council, I'd like to bring to the podium the Mutual Group. I'm going to wait until everybody's.
Oh, shoot. You know, I didn't go. Oh, yeah. I called her.
Who are you talking to? Okay.
I'll handle it.
I don't want.
Okay, Council President, just to state before, this is Mr. Noel Musial Senior and Junior, Noel Junior, who are the Musial Group, who just recently completed for us the feasibility study in and around the township buildings. And as your request and what we wanted to present to the council for consideration is their findings in the report. They do have copies for every member of the council. So you can keep for yourself, but they're also going to present tonight and we can go. Do we have a copy of those guys? We can pass them on.
In the way of introductions, I'm Noel Musial of the Musial Group. I'm one of those fortunate people that has my son with me in practice as well. And just to give you a little bit of background on the firm, make it very quick, so you know who we are. I started the firm in 1976, and one of the first projects we did was the Roselle Municipal Building. So we've been designing municipal facilities throughout the state of New Jersey for close to 50 years now. As I said, Noel is with me now, but currently the Township of West Orange is using two buildings close to each other, 66 Main, which is, and the Lakeside building. And what we did was evaluate each of the buildings, and our objectives were simple. To address and increase the demand for office space and the needs for of the community, relocate and group different departments together, mainly for the ease of the public to service the public in a much more efficient way. And to quantify the space needs of the community, and develop a conceptual plan of the various locations and examine the pros and cons of the various department relocations. In addition to this, we also came up with a very rough cost estimate so you could see the area of magnitude that all these renovations would take place.
I think Noel Senior touched upon some of the considerations, but earlier, but trying to think about aspects of relocating the departments and how those various departments interact with the public. I think thinking about the property at Mount Pleasant Avenue being adjacent to Town Hall and potentially moving some municipal departments to that facility to gain some additional square footage within this building, to move and give some efficiencies of the circulation and the municipal functions. So the approach was really in two steps. There's the fact finding, and then there's the synthesis, which is taking all of the investigations that we had done during the analysis stage, and that comprised of these departmental questionnaires, which we would give to the various department heads and get their responses relative to departmental size, hours, types of spaces required. And that enabled us to gain some perspective in terms of how much square footage is there now, as opposed to what is proposed and projected in the future. So as Noel Senior said, the four sites, the 10 Rooney Circle, the Lakeside Avenue, Mount Pleasant Avenue, and here at 66 Main Street. So parallel to those investigations, parallel to those interviews, we also looked into the spatial allocation of the existing site and see how the various departments were situated and how much square footage each one of them took up within the building. And so that gave us this understanding of where the various departments are and how much space they take up, as well as looking into the 10 Rooney Circle and Mount Pleasant Avenue. So this is an example of one of the departments. In the report, we have this matrix for each department that was gained information via the questionnaire. And it gave an understanding of how the department is organized and what elements are comprised within that with the department. So that ties into adjacency requirements, what offices would be beneficial to be next to each other, how much storage space is needed, and the hours of operation and things like that. So each department had this, and at the end of it, it enabled us to come to an understanding of how much space is projected to be needed versus how much space is currently available. And so that led us to the synthesis portion of the investigation, where we started to look into how, based on the discussions and interview process, how we could find efficiencies in the various departments and how they could be next to each other. All keeping in mind the objectives from the beginning of the presentation. So this is the proposed municipal building. We can see here that the purchasing department, well, on the second floor, in the green, the tax assessor and tax collection is filling in the void space where the building department previously had been. And back down to the first floor plan, where we see the administrative portion of the building, which is towards the left in the purple, how that can become more condensed and consolidated. And then we have at 10 Rooney, how based on the investigations and the discussions with user groups, senior services could be potentially located in the lower level of the 10 Rooney address, as well as the increased spatial requirements for the jitney services. And the proposed plan for the consolidation of the building department and zoning engineering. And so based on all this, we looked into the pros and cons of what would be required in each one of these facilities. So one of the pros of undertaking piecemeal renovations here is the conservation of resources. There's existing infrastructure here to take advantage of, and frankly, it's a more sustainable viewpoint to try to modify what's existing. Although that does have implications in terms of project schedule, which does tie into cost as well. Limited construction cost savings due to the limited renovations. Now, granted, one of the cons of that is that some of the renovated spaces will be just that, they'll be renovated versus adjacent spaces might be unchanged. So again, the pros, the administration is consolidated on the first floor. Purchasing is close to the finance department. It also allows for future flexibility, given that some of the files, it's our understanding, will be digitized in the future, and that will gain some square footage in that respect. Housing office accessible to the public, and the shared multipurpose room to be used by multiple departments. Some of the cons, in addition to what said earlier, there are issues in terms of ADA accessibility and universal access. The entry to the building itself, is grandfathered in, but that is potentially an issue. And code compliance in terms of harder travel distances, things like that. In terms of the adjacent building at 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue, so one of the benefits is that there's a consolidation of departments there, and gives the public the ability to access multiple departments at that one location. There's also the potential to expand into the third part tenant space in the future. Some of the cons of that are, using existing stairwells, the third party currently there would there potentially, if things were to be as they are and not reconfigured, there's a potential security cross circulation between the tenant and the municipal functions. And then there's issues of parking being at the lower level versus the entry level. And then at 10 Rooney, the relocation of the jitney services allow for better access to the premises and the senior services, which would be located at that lower level. There's more space for the seniors to conduct events, and additional space for future uses. Some of the drawbacks of that facility renovations would be that the entrance to the building from the parking lot would need to be altered to allow for better accessibility. Again, accessible parking space would need to be located closer to the entrance. And there would need to be some modifications to allow safe egress from the senior services area. And that led us to, based on all of the impositions to these buildings, led us to understand, based on square foot costs, some rough cost estimates to undertake those.
And keep in mind, these are rough cost estimates for construction only at today's cost, and everybody knows things are very fluid in the construction industry right now. But this at least gives you a magnitude of what the overall cost for all the projects might be. We tried to make it short and sweet. The presentation is a lot condensed than the actual report, which is over 50 some odd pages. So we have copies of the report to give you all. So
Thank
Council
you.
President.
Could I just ask a follow-up question?
Sure.
On the estimate for the construction costs at 46 Mount Pleasant Avenue, which is the remaining part of our former library building, what are you anticipating or the major construction elements in that estimate?
If my memory serves me correctly, I think some of it was the handicap accessibility that's needed for that. And remember, we're redoing all the new walls, new HVAC, all that construction, as opposed to what we're doing in the municipal building, which is just very more cosmetic than construction.
Sounds good. Are you including any sort of elevator service as part of the construction?
No.
Okay.
Council President, the elevator is currently in there and it's operating. It may need some servicing, but it doesn't need to be replaced at this time.
Yeah, and you may need some lock offs to certain areas and things of that nature, but it's minor in terms of costs.
Thank you. And what do you see as the next step timeline going forward?
I think that's up to council and mayor and council in terms of the timeline. I think you have to take it to the next step, which is developing those concept plans, assuming that everybody agrees with the concept plans and the locations of all the departments. You now have to take it to the next step and develop a set of design development drawings, because these are a little bit more than pure concepts. So you can take it to the next step, which is probably design development, which would take 3 to 4 months, and construction documents, which would take another 3 or 4 months. But I think the first thing is, do you all agree with the locations of the various departments and all that? And what massaging do we have to undertake to make it more in line with what you're all thinking?
Okay.
Can I offer my opinion? I know that this was, I'm not sure if this was communicated to you, but in July of 2019, when the Alpert Group bought the library, the public was promised 7,500 square feet of community space. The space that you're now projecting would be used for the engineering department. But the public was under the belief that that was going to be a satellite library or a meeting place, and especially for the seniors. To me, it makes sense to keep that as a senior area, because most of our seniors who are living down here live right there in the 2 new buildings. And it's accessible. And it's easy for them to get to, and there could be programming there, as well as moving in the Arts Council, which could be a nice hub for there, instead of spending what I would see as a lot of money redesigning the library, which is really inapproachable, not only for seniors, but for a lot of the community. There are real substantive problems in terms of entrance and exit and ADA compliance, whereas here there is none. So my vote, because of the promise that the mayor made to the public, and because that this community really thought that that was intended for the public, would be to keep this as a senior space and a satellite library, especially also for the surrounding community, which really has suffered quite a bit by losing our local library.
Certainly another approach for sure.
Okay.
So if I may,
Please.
when we did do this study, what we looked at was that feasibility, and we looked very hard to make this into the senior center and into other activities. The biggest hurdle we have, that it's 7,500 square feet there. And speaking with Ms. Van Dyke, who runs the Department of Senior Services, she wanted to have an area and space that accommodate 150 to 200 people, which the space can obviously handle. And we recognize that. The issue is that it's not as accessible as we think for seniors, and parking. We do not have enough parking for our staff and everybody else here. And that's when we sat down with Ms. Van Dyke and others, including some of your colleagues that work with you, and we thought of placing this other senior up at Executive Drive, and we would add an accessible ramp outside to the building, and we would also add the transport division up there so that the jitneys can bring the people to and from that facility, because it is going to be dedicated to the seniors, and that was the concept. And then what we thought would be better, because of the 25 Lakeside property that may be sold, and we'd have to take the building down, is that to serve the citizens better in a complex here, is that we would combine engineering, building, planning, and zoning all under one roof, so that when either our residents or our builders can come in and they can have one-stop shopping within that structure there, and we don't need as much parking for those who are visiting the site. So that was really the thought about changing it. And so it's not 7,500 square feet for the seniors, but it is 4,800 square feet plus the library upstairs. And we thought that in the conceptual process, that we have a place for the seniors to go during the daytime, plus they also have the library. They can, while they're there, they can visit the library. So it's kind of addressing both those concerns. And that, just so you understand where that philosophy came from. And, and obviously this is a presentation and it's a discussion, but that's how we came up with those concepts and developing that plan, because at the end of the day, 25 Lakeside is going to have to be taken down. It's going to have to be removed, and we have to move those people. We still have to find a place for our DPW vehicles and things of that nature, which is not part of this plan. But so this is a large undertaking, and we've been dealing with this for approximately a year now, because we anticipate that things may be moving, and we didn't want to be behind the eight ball. So that's the I guess the beginning.
Rationale?
Yeah, and the understanding of how this plan was presented tonight. So, and obviously, and as we were speaking, that this is conceptual and this is a thought, and that's how we wanted to move forward and present that to you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Smeraldo. I would like to continue discussion here, but I think it's probably more prudent for us to go over the report and the presentation and come back at a later time when we're a little bit more informed with all of the expertise. So we greatly appreciate your efforts. We greatly appreciate your presentation tonight, and I suspect we will be talking.
There's a lot of information in the report that's going to take some time to digest.
Yes.
The study is a living document. It's intended to change. It will change over the next few months until you finalize where you want everything to go. And then it's after that is full speed ahead.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, could you hold on just a second? I've gotten a sign that Councilwoman Scarpa would like to speak. Councilwoman? Are you on mute, Councilwoman? Okay.
I just want to express the concern of the budget. We are in a budget crisis and we don't have the money right now to do some of this stuff. We need to get the budget to zero and we need to find ways to increase our revenues. And right now we have revenues that we are generating from that library space. And I would like to see us move in the direction of increasing some of the revenues of that space.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Is it possible that we can meet with you? With the
course.
council? Okay. And do you have a card that we can reach you? And
We can set that up.
okay, thank you. I do have some ideas.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak? Please.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. I wanted to follow up on Councilwoman Rudin's comments because over the past year, we have been conducting tours. You're absolutely right. That was supposed to be community center. We have been conducting tours with the Older Adults Advisory Board over the past year, all different members coming in, Laura Van Dyke, former Superintendent Jerry Tarnoff was part of our committee. And the intent was to create that community space there. You can talk to the people that have been on the tours. It really was decided that it is not as accessible to the seniors as we would have liked. So that's why we started to introduce other ideas. And the part about generating the revenue with the History Channel fell into our lap. So that was just, again, why this discussion has to continue, that if it is possible to generate revenue, we would continue to look at ideas. This was a conceptual plan, and we want to continue that discussion. But things have evolved since that original concept. Thank you.
Mayor, may I ask that this plan be put up on the website so that residents can weigh in and review the plan and often give us our best ideas? Okay,
And
thank
I
you.
think it's important that the council meet with the gens.
We can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next on the agenda are the council liaison announcements. I'd like to suggest, because of the late time period, that unless there's a burning issue that needs to be spoken about, I'd like to move past that for now and move on to our public meeting. Councilwomen, is that okay with you?
Yes,
That's fine with me.
Okay, thank you.
we're good.
So it is now the time to move to our public meeting, and this is where Madam Clerk looks at me and looks through me and makes sure that I recognize her.
Thank
So
you.
please, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, sir. This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The notice for this meeting was emailed to the Star Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on January 7th, 2025, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on January 16th, 2025. Let the record show that Councilwoman Castellino is absent this evening. Councilwoman Rudin. Here. Councilwoman Scarpa,
Present.
Council President Krakowiak,
Present.
Mayor McCartney. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we go any further, I have some very sad, unfortunate news to pass on to everybody. The chief judge of our municipal court, Dennis Dowd, a longtime service provider in West Orange in a number of positions, including council person and council president, passed away earlier this week. He had been chief of the municipal court since 2015 and It was the culmination of a long career in law, where he served the community for decades. He was a graduate of Rutgers and got his law degree from Seton Hall University. He served at the West Orange Planning Board, at the Senior Citizens Housing Authority, as an aide to what was then known as the Essex County Board of Freeholders. He was aide to the actual president of the body at that time. He was a Rutgers business law professor, and perhaps most of all, he was the biggest horse racing enthusiast I think that has ever existed in the history of United States racing. But he was provided great service to the community for decades, and unfortunately passed away. And I just wanted everyone to know, and those of you who are praying, I ask that you do so for him and his family. And just wanted to make sure that he was commemorated for his tremendous service to the township for decades. So thank you. Mr. Fagan.
Thank you, Council President. If I may just expand upon that at a moment. Judge Dowd's family also went back several generations in West Orange, and he once shared with me a picture of his grandfather's deli on High Street. So his family has a long record and deep roots here in West Orange. Thank you, Council President. Thank you to your council colleagues, Mayor McCartney. Welcome those here in public and those at home in the Zoom audience. Tonight, I would like to, this was just posted on our website today. The garbage recycling schedule has been modified for today and for tomorrow due to the excessive heat. The details of this are on westorange.org. Everyone's garbage will get picked up, but I think that their modified schedule is going to end at 12 o'clock. And as I say, the details are on the website. And although we are going into the summer, and this might not be hiking weather, but when you do go hiking, tick safety is, of course, very important. And we have details on the website regarding this. And also the weather is hot now, so the bear sightings have kind of subsided, but they were on the rise again last week. So there are bears in West Orange. So we have tips on our website. And being a lifelong Chicago Bear fan, if they're Chicago Bears, they're harmless. You have nothing to worry about. Of course, I'm joking. You should check the tips on the website. Council chambers here is a cooling location, designated cooling location during the heat wave, during regular business hours, as is the Cody Arena on Northfield Avenue. Tomorrow in council chambers here is council open office hours from 6 to 7 p.m. No appointment is necessary. You can come in and discuss your concerns and your with council members. Also, this week on the 26th, we will continue our series of budget workshops here in council chambers. There will be no public comment during budget workshops in person or on Zoom. Coincidentally, on the 26th, June being Pride Month, there's going to be a celebration here in front of Town Hall as part of Downtown Thursdays. Now, I understand this is a rain or shine event, so if you plan on coming, don't let the weather prevent you from coming. And if the weather is bad enough, my understanding is that this will be moved inside to Benji's. So come on out for the launch of Downtown Thursdays with a Pride celebration. Mayor McCartney, Mayor. Next open office hours are on July 10th. I'll point that out because this will occur before our next council meeting. This information will be posted on social media and the website. As was mentioned earlier, there was a art exhibit for Juneteenth at the West Orange Arts Council. That exhibit is through July 12th. So even though Juneteenth has passed, the art exhibit is still there until July 12th. Also, concerning trees on our website, disease and bug infestation. Know the sign, stop the spread. There's very important information on our website. This is in our scroll. You can easily click into that and find out important information if you have any concerns about the trees on your property. The West Orange Mayor Program for Uniquely Gifted will kick off with a pizza party at the pool. This is on July 9th from 5:30 to 7:30. There is a minimal cost, resident $6, non-resident $7, and you can register, sign up for this event through Community Pass, or you can contact Doug Adams at 973-243-1169. This will be on our social media. Also, as a reminder, tree removal it is required in West Orange. And if you go to our website, westorange.org, and search Forestry Division, you will find all the information you need to know about tree removal in West Orange. Very important. Also, I posted on our website this morning, Pets from West Orange Animal Welfare League. There's more information about this at westorange.org. It will take you to an active link that shows all the pets available for adoption. If you're thinking about bringing a pet into your household, you might want to consider adoption before anything else. And if you have a pet or adopt a pet, it's equally important as a reminder to pick up after your pet, be a good neighbor. And I was surprised to see it, but it is up to a $700 fine. So be a responsible pet owner and pick up after your pet. This past Friday was the Sports and Games Night sponsored by the West Orange Recreation Department, a very successful event. And I want to mention here that there's swim lessons also available at the Ginny Dunkel Pool. And there was a sheet on the podium here, must have got misplaced with all the presentation that was going on here, but also about pool memberships. And of course, this information is on our website, under the West Orange Recreation Department. Speaking of the West Orange Recreation Department, it's hard to believe that July 4th is almost upon us, and we will once again have a schedule of events, food trucks at the Temporary Circle. That's the West Orange Library parking lot. There's going to be music, dancing, food trucks, and just fun in general. Also, OSPAC season begins. It was scheduled on June 14th, Stella Blues Band. They got rained out. It was kicked out to the rain date. Unfortunately, the rain date got rained out. So that will hopefully be rescheduled at some point in the future. But July 11th to 19th, hopefully the weather will cooperate, and Pleasant Valley Productions will present Jesus Christ Superstar. This information will be on our website. Also, the West Orange Department of Senior Services had a busy month. That's a bit of a misnomer because they have a busy month every month. But this month was, I'm not really sure what these events represent. I was told, but I forgot. But they always engage the community service unit. They partner with them, and they're usually present at many of their events. And these look like these were arts and crafts and dinners. And of course, that's Laura Van Dyke, recognizable in the lower right-hand corner. So you can check on our website with the Department of Senior Services. They have a lot of events going on, not just in May, but in every month. So with that, Council President, I'd like to turn the floor over to my colleague, Mr. Puglisi.
Mr. Puglisi, welcome.
Good evening, Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. Just want to bring your attention to 3 upcoming multi-day events. I'm going to start with our summer concert series. It was supposed to start tonight. However, it's hot, so we've actually postponed tonight's concert and tomorrow's concert into August. But the season begins now and will continue through the end of August. We have 27 dates altogether throughout the park system, and including 1 concert at Eagle Rock Reservation at the beginning of August. And then also we have 3 4th of July concerts with fireworks at Weequahic Park, Branchbrook Park, and Brookdale Park. Then in July is Parks and Recreation Month, all month long at the Clipper Pavilion at the Orange Reservoir. Our Wellness on the Waterfront events which includes yoga, workout, and concerts. And then in conjunction with that, at Turtleback Zoo in June and July, July and August, are extended evening hours on Wednesdays and Thursdays, where the zoo is open until 7 p.m. In addition, on Wednesdays, we have a series of kid-friendly movies that will be shown at the zoo. And it's a great time to visit the zoo in the evenings when it's a little cooler out. And you get to see the animals more in motion than you would on a hot day. Of course, all this is on our website, which is essexcountynj.org. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puglisi. In preparation for a public comment at today's meeting, I want to confirm that we are all on the same page on how public comment is regulated as per our ordinance. We recently returned to the practice of public speakers speaking from the podium next to the dais. We cannot line up in the aisles as in recent meetings. Please raise your hand, first be recognized by the chair, then directed to come from your location closer to the front of the seating and then come to the council, come to the dais. If you want to save time between speakers, you can move closer to the front of the benches. If you would like to speak at public comment, I just want to read you some excerpts from our ordinance. Ordinance requires that speakers to first state their name and address, and if you decline to do so, regardless of the reason, I will not be able to allow you to continue, and will time limits that are required. The time limit section of our ordinance requires the conduct of public speakers who, quote, shall at no time engage in any personally offensive or abusive remarks. The chair shall call any speaker to order who violates any provision of this rule, end quote. Conduct of the public, quote, any person who shall disturb the peace of the township council, make offensive or abusive remarks, or conduct himself or herself in a boisterous manner while addressing the council shall be forthwith barred by the presiding officer from further audience before the council, except that if the speaker shall submit to proper order under these rules, permission for him or her to continue may be granted by a majority vote of the council. I'm a big First Amendment fan, a big U.S. Constitution guy, so I want everyone to have a chance to seek redress from their government. I'm also a big fan of civility, and I think a lack of civility and manners contributes to our political conflict and inability to reach a middle ground. So council is a place to discuss our differences and often to find compromise to make West Orange an even better place to live. So I urge all of us to treat everyone as they would like to be treated. You can make your point without cursing or insulting anyone, and I will enforce the audience. Thank you. Is there anybody who'd like to speak? I see there was a very quick hand in the third row over here. Yes, please come up. And then after, yeah, you're the second row. I saw your hand next. You can come up in the pink hat. So please come forward to the podium here. You're right. You're on point. Please come to the dais. No, please, look at me. Look at me, please. Please come to the dais here. This makes it easier for people to hear you if you're facing partially to the dais and partially to the benches. So that's where we'd like you to be.
Maureen Robinson, 200 Mount Pleasant Avenue, Crest Ridge Apartments, J7. Councilwoman, good evening, everybody. Councilwoman Rudin, did you get my message? I text you. I was trying to avoid some things, so maybe you didn't get it. I'm not.
Was it today?
No, it was a week or so ago.
Please, I have to correct you, Ms. Robinson.
Yes,
We
sir.
want to hear what you have to say, but it's not a dialogue. Under our ordinance, you just speak for up to 5 minutes, and then we will respond when everybody is finished. Oh, yes, please don't, yes, you should direct your comments to the council as a whole or to me. Thank you.
All right. Well, the issue now, most of you know my story, but the issue now is my apartment is, there's an issue with carpenter ants. And if you don't know what a carpenter ant is, I'm going to, can I just put this here and show you? It's an ant that, if I had to classify it as a former teacher, I would say it's a special needs ant, okay? And when you go to kill it, it goes lateral on you. And when you do catch it and kill it, I'm not scared of them, but I don't want my apartment infested with them, okay? They pop and you hear them pop. I asked them on the portal to come and exterminate my apartment inside. So what they did on June 4th, they came and they exterminated outside. And they said that they came to my apartment, but I wasn't home. And as a senior citizen, I have a lot of doctor's appointments. So normally what they do, the previous management, they would make an appointment and come and handle the business. This time they just pop up. They have a standard where they just pop up the beginning of the month and they come and they, exterminate the perimeter. But see, mine was an emergency and I'm still having that problems. The other thing is is the water. We had an issue with water. There are no meters in any of the apartments, yet we're charged for water. So I took them to court, and their own attorney said, well, how do you charge someone for water meters? There was no answer. We got some things resolved, but the issue of paying, but I agreed, for peace sake, I agreed to go ahead and pay the money for the water, okay? I believe that, if you have a business or if you're professional, there's a certain decorum, certain way you carry yourself, certain way you respect people, because that's what you want in return. So just popping up to my house, and thinking that they're gonna come in, there's nobody in my house but me, my dog, and Jesus. That's it. And I'm not letting you in. And that's it. But I wasn't even home. So now I missed that appointment. But anyway, my grandson called your health department and right away, the same day, I want to say this, my grandson was surprised. He doesn't live with me. He lives in Brooklyn, but he handles business for me. Mr. Eli DESIR, he came and he saw we gave him the thing on the for the ants. And so he said he was going to take care of it. He came on the 18th. However, nothing has happened, which means that, they probably don't even plan to do anything. So I have some ideas about what I want to do. And it's not basically what I should be doing, see, because I'm not going to live in an ant infested place. And that's it. That's it. So I would like for them, if there's anything that could be done, to handle that. Okay, that's what the ants look like. Okay, and thank you for listening, and everybody have a safe evening.
Thank you, Mrs.
Ms. Robinson, I'm going to break protocol and just ask if you could leave your phone number or an email address so that you already have it.
She handles business.
Okay. Councilman Rudin does handle business, yes. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Please come up,
Okay.
Ms. Pink Hat. No,
Sheila.
Mr. Yes. Mr. Trachtenberg, will you come up next after this speaker, please? Okay.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, West Orange. Sheila Lefkowitz, 703 Pleasant Valley Way, West Orange. I stand before you today to urge you to return the budget to the administration and demand that each department makes cuts to zero out any raise in taxes. I speak on behalf of many of my neighbors and friends who, like me, have not seen a rise in income to meet the real estate tax increase, starting with the third quarter payment that is as much as a 100% increase and beyond. For the taxes we do pay, we can't even enjoy fireworks, a time-honored tradition that is celebrated in almost every town in America. There's just no excuse for that. The tradition to celebrate July 4th dates back to John Adams, our founding father, and he said that America's independence should be celebrated with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, guns, bells, and illumination. I'd like to see some illumination, please. Haven't seen it in years. The booms and flashes of fireworks evoke a sense of patriotism and wonder, reminding us of the sacrifices made by those who fought for our freedom. It's a time-honored tradition, and it's a time when families and friends gather and share stories and create lasting memories. Simon and Garfunkel wrote a song called The Sound of Silence. It talks about the eerie silence that can creep into our communities when we prioritize fear over freedom. The cancellation of fireworks, a tradition that brought joy and excitement to our community, is a reminder of the silence that can descend upon us when we let fear dictate our actions. We shut down fireworks because we're afraid of violence. Our taxes fund a police department and a town hall staff who are subject matter experts on safety and programming for our community. We can do this. And then there's the issue of public comment via Zoom. By restricting this opportunity for citizens to vocalize their opinions and concerns, we're essentially silencing their voices. This is a fundamental aspect of democracy. Please prioritize a return to Zoom public comment. I'm the caregiver for my 93-year-old mother. It's very hard for me to devote time to coming to this town hall to speak at public comment. At a time when taxpayers are being forced to pay exorbitant real estate increases. Lastly, I urge the council not to fill the vacant seat vacated by Councilwoman Deborah Michael's resignation. Let the voters have the opportunity to choose their representative in an election rather than having it decided by appointment. It would be more democratic. The fiasco of the gas blower ban arguments that filled the air in this chambers for hours on end, meeting after meeting, just led to contentiousness. And in case you haven't heard, landscapers in town have raised the rates like never before in anticipation of having to buy new electric technology that may not even be necessary if the ban does not materialize when hopefully defeated in an upcoming referendum, as it should be. I urge this council and this administration to start from a place of strength, honesty, and duty, and not fear when addressing our budget by returning it to the administration and amplifying the voices of the people of West Orange in public comment via Zoom, and in directly electing the council person to fill the current vacancy. And for God's sakes, please bring back the July 4th fireworks in 2026. Let's celebrate America. Let's celebrate West Orange. No more fear.
Please, I ask, even though I know that everybody admires Ms. Lekowitz's comments, please keep your applause to perhaps outside if you can't keep from applauding, please. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? I could see some action back there in the back. I can see Ms. Lenchek. Ms. Lenchek, you're next, okay? And then the young woman in the orange dress, you will be next, okay? Yes, following her, yes. Mr. Trachtenberg, it's so good to see you again.
Good to see you, Council President, Council Member, and Council Member at a distance, Councilwoman Scarpa. I'm Paul Trachtenberg, 96 Sullivan Drive. As you probably know, I was a founder and president of the original We Care organization from the late 1990s until 2016. I'm now Chairman Emeritus, how I hate that word, emeritus, but of the new We Care organization. That means for most of the past 27 years, I've been involved in the fight to preserve a 120-acre parcel in West Orange as open space. In connection with the latest development application of that unique and precious site, we can't keep tiptoeing around what I fear is an ugly truth, that the 2020 actions that have ensnared us in a situation that I believe is deeply antithetical to the best interests of West Orange and its residents was a corrupt process. And let me explain. During the year of COVID, when normal life and processes were deeply disrupted, that was 2020, the spring and summer of 2020, at least three things happened that put us on a track to the current dilemma we have with that property. Number one, settlement agreements were entered into to facilitate, if not require, the excessive and inappropriate development of a unique and precious West Orange site. Secondly, a so-called fairness hearing and ensuing court order happened in July, solely by Zoom, that put a judicial imprimatur on the settlement agreements. And then third, the trifecta, the West Orange Township Council adopted in October of 2020 a so-called inclusionary housing ordinance regarding only that site, which was based on the settlement agreements and the court order. Let's be honest, the township's large affordable housing obligation is the tail that wagged this entire unseemly and I think even corrupt dog. In my judgment, without 100 affordable units, the proposal currently before the West Orange Planning Board would have no chance of being approved. After all, in 2006, the Planning Board denied by a 5-2 vote an application by the same developer, same site, for 136 single-family homes. They denied it because it was too dangerous and it was too environmentally destructive. Now, with all the same, or actually demonstrably greater risks, the Planning Board is considering an application for 496 apartments, more than 3.6 times as many as the number of units that resulted in a denial. To approve it, the Planning Board would have to exempt this project and this project alone, no other project in West Orange, from all of West Orange's protective ordinances adopted by this council, including the recently unanimously adopted tree ordinance, which took probably a year to be formulated before its unanimous adoption, and the steep slope ordinance, which was adopted in the aftermath of the Ron Jolin disaster on Northfield. How do I know this? How do I know that this project is on a kind of greased fast track? Because that's precisely what the developer's attorney has urged on the Planning Board, and unfortunately what the Planning Board seems inclined to accept as its role. That is to say, just to decide whether the application conforms to the inclusionary housing ordinance adopted by the 2020 Council, that it might be harmful, even dangerous for the residents of West Orange and adjoining communities, and destructive of a unique environmental and historical site, seems to be beyond what the Planning Board has expressed concern about. But it should not be beyond yours or ours as residents of West Orange. Why did I label this project as corrupt? Let me count the ways. Number one, the existence of the Planning Board's 2006 denial of the developer's prior application was not included in the record before the court. Number two, nor was the Fair Share Housing Center, New Jersey's statewide champion of affordable housing, aware of that denial and many other crucial factors when it enters into the key settlement agreement. 3, agreements the developer had entered into with Verona, We Care, and a large group of Essex Fells homeowners over the years, which inhibited its development.
Your time is up.
Were also not disclosed.
Mr. Trachtenberg, could I ask you to finish your sentence or your thought as quickly as possible?
Well, let
Please.
me jump to the bottom line, which is that I think we have, from the mayor's own words, if you look at the Vision Zero plan, her primary commitment to represent and protect the safety and well-being of West Orange residents. That's something I think we all should adopt and embrace, including the council. I have copies of my statement, which is unfortunately substantially longer than I've been able to deliver. I'll leave them for you.
That would be great. You can leave them right there on the edge of the dais
Okay.
if you'd like to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please be recognized by the chair before you come forward. Go ahead, Ms. Lenchak, please. And then you with the red ribbon, you may be next. And then Mr. Pinolo, I can see you. I'm sorry, I take that back. I take that back. I'm sorry. The woman in the orange dress is next. Then we'll get you with the red. Oh, is it pink? I beg your pardon. And then Mr. Pinolo, I think you wanted to follow Mr. Trachtenberg. So I want to just, if you can just be a little bit more patient, we'll get to the back, please. Please go ahead.
Susan Lenchak, 234 Eagle Rock Avenue. On April 22nd, Dynamic Traffic and Level G Associates presented their research on the parking situation in West Orange. I am wondering, has the administration and/or the council reviewed the report and considered any of the findings, conclusions, and recommendations? One of the issues discussed was permit parking in residential areas where there are homes without driveways. This also was mentioned during the planning board meetings while discussing the 410 Main Street application. There are many tax-paying homeowners in that area, that is the Park Drive Loop and vicinity, as well as other areas of the township who have no driveways and experience enormous stress when there is no place in the neighborhood in which to park their vehicles. This situation has not improved and in fact continues to worsen. Do you have any idea of what it is like to be a prisoner of a parking space, to be stuck working late at night and know that there is a likelihood that you will not be able to park anywhere near your home when you arrive late? We beg you, help. This is a continuing problem and it just has not been addressed. Will you please implement permit parking? Will you please address this issue? On another note, I offer my thanks to former Councilwoman Geber Michael for her dedicated service to the citizens of this township. I regret that health issues make it impossible for her to finish her term. I wish her a full recovery. I recognize that we citizens do not have a say in her replacement, although that would be a nice idea. But I would ask the council to consider this. Councilwoman Geber Michael was the highest vote getter in the 2022 election. Therefore, it would seem logical to appoint someone with the same or very similar vision and philosophy as the councilwoman. And if you are considering former council members, you should consider someone whose votes on issues before the council most closely aligned with hers. The name that comes to mind is former Councilman Rutherford. That would seem to me to be a way of respecting the citizens who entrusted Councilwoman Geber Michael to represent them. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Bonnie, I apologize. And you.
Good evening. My name is Florence Smith. I live in 200 Mount Pleasant Avenue, apartment K9. I came in before regarding some issues in Crest Ridge Apartment. First of all, I want to focus on what's going on. Last week, I've been for November, during Thanksgiving, I called because there were some things that need to be repaired in the apartment. My bathroom has been repaired 4 times. Apparently, they're not using good products to sustain water. So they have to come in 4 times they have repaired. I've been living there for 9 years. So finally, it's done. The reason why it got done, I had to put a township in West Orange, the rent level board and tenant complaint form which expedited the bathroom repair. So that was good. I put that in on Thursday. By Friday, I got a phone call. Now my bathroom is finally, I'm able to use the bathroom. In the meantime, that was Friday, told me I could use the bathroom. Saturday, I turned the water on and the faucet kept flipping around. I thought this was urgent. Water leak, I called him up. I called the emergency line. No one answered. I called the other individual phone number. I said to him, tell me how to turn the water off. He told me to go in the other bathroom, turn the water off, and the steam water just kept leaking. I thought that would have been addressed immediately, but that didn't taken care of till Monday morning. So here we want to pay tenants to pay for water, and here you wasted water. So so that's one issue. So that's the water is taken care of. The refrigerator has been repaired 4 times. I was told several times, we don't replace appliances, we repair them. Okay, for how long? 9 years I'm living there. You repair 4 times, my food is spoiling. Right now, the temperature in the refrigerator, the ice cream is not staying frozen. The temperature at the bottom, I have buttermilk that's left there. You can see how it's defrost, it's freeze, defrost, it's freeze. That's my gauge. I was told this week it will be arriving in your refrigerator. So I'm just letting you know that's been taken care of because of this complaint. Another thing I wanted to talk about, if we can consider Crest Ridge Apartment, the landlord who owns the property, I don't think that property is to make money. I think it's an investment. That means tenants who are living there, that money is not to put in your pocket, it's to invest into the apartment. When I made that complaint, I was asked that, I was told, then you can move to another apartment. That's what I was told. And I said to her, that's not for me. I can't do this right now to move to another. Obviously, if I move, I would have to pay for water. Now I don't pay for water because I came in the last time to fight over this. Michael, the reason why I'm also here, not just for me, is for everyone in that apartment complex that may have some issues and don't know how to address it. I think what we need to do is to go in there and still investigation, not taking one tenant complaint as a problem. It needs to be a whole issue overall. There's a lot of older people that live there that planning on moving. One of the reasons why we live in West Orange, because we want to make it elderly friendly. And it's becoming to a point where people want to move. And there's no reason why they should move. When you own a property, you invest in the property and you make it comfortable. Refrigerator, microwave, stove, that needs to be repaired. I just also want to make a comment. I thank you for repairing the roads from Gregory to Mount Pleasant Avenue. I also want to make a recommendation. When you drive up Mount Pleasant Avenue, the Goddard School, there should be a sign to block cars from blocking that entrance where people drop their children. A block sign. There's also enough room where they can put a sign to make right turns only. What happened is that when you get to the traffic, everybody is taking that whole middle space and preventing traffic from where somebody want to make a right turn on Mount Pleasant Avenue and they're going straight. That should make an arrow right turn only. And no blocking the entrance for people dropping off children.
Please speak into the micro.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody here can hear.
Yes, that's one thing I wanted to talk about, and maintaining the grounds of the apartment building. I talked about the garbage in front of the apartment building. Maybe somebody can consider having that removed. Because we talk about animals, bears, whoever considered that to happen to build trash can in front of apartment building, that should be removed because it's causing a lot of bugs. And bears, I heard, I didn't even know there was bears. in
Your
that
time
tree.
is up.
Thank you.
Could you please leave
Yes.
your name and phone number just on the, right there, so we can follow up with you, please? Please.
Hello. Krista Ross, 165 Franklin Avenue, West Orange. Hi, I emailed you yesterday. Thank you for responding. All right, so good evening, members of the council, and to those attending both in person and on Zoom. So my name is Krista Ross, and I've been a proud resident of West Orange, New Jersey for the past 10 years. I'm originally from Montclair. I'm here tonight to voice a growing concern that's obviously affecting others is the increasing lack of available street parking, specifically near Washington Elementary School, particularly on Franklin Avenue and William Street. I live at the corner of Franklin and William, and I've seen firsthand how difficult it has become, especially during school hours. I know we're out of school, I know we're in a heat wave, but it's been a very hard time for these parents. Now that the school year has ended, I wanted to raise the issue in hopes that a solution can be explored before the fall. Parking challenges extend into the evenings and overnight. It has become unbearable at times. I've witnessed young mothers with newborns forced to park far from their homes and walk long distances, often late at night. A nearby apartment building on Main Street, directly across the street from Washington Elementary, appears to have limited parking for its tenants. As a result, many of those tenants are parking on William Street, pushing long-term residents out of nearby spaces. Adding to the problem is that many homeowners with private driveways are not using them, choosing instead to leave their vehicles on the street, specifically overnight. This further reduces the limited parking available for those who do not have off-street options. I understand that many homes in West Orange have now been converted into multifamily properties, which is great, which naturally increases the number of vehicles per household. But this also requires better communication among those living in the same home. Residents need to coordinate who parks in the driveway to ensure the available spaces is actually being used. To help address these issues, I would suggest that the council might consider implementing a paid overnight parking permit system like the neighboring towns. This could serve as a deterrent for residents and visitors who choose to just leave their car for days and don't move them. A paid permit system would help prioritize those who genuinely need off-street parking, which is I, while encouraging others to use their driveways or designated spots. I want to take a pause because I know we all are paying taxes. So obviously I don't want to pay more for an overnight parking permit, but if that is the result of this issue, I would like us to look at that. Over the years, what used to be a manageable inconvenience has become a daily source of stress and even a safety concern. My husband will come home at night and not have a parking spot. That is ridiculous. He might have to park on the opposite side of the street with his work vehicle, which is also ridiculous. I care deeply about this community and know we all want to keep our neighborhood safe, accessible, and family-friendly, especially being around the elementary school. I respectfully ask the council to review this matter and explore sustainable, enforceable solutions that support both residents and visitors alike. Thank you for your time and also for your commitment to our community.
Thank you, Ms. Ross.
Thank you.
I think the hero of 410 Main has her hand up. Mr. Panillo, could you just defer to her for? Thank you.
Good evening. How are you?
Good for you.
Good evening, MK Adams, Park Drive South. Can you hear me? Because the microphone in the back is just terrible. I am here tonight for an update about the dynamic traffic and level G parking study that was summarized at the council meeting on April 22. I watched and rewatched the presentation and reviewed the slide deck Mr. McCormick and Giosa shared with the public. I could not find the full report. As a resident of the Park Drive Loop, I am all too aware of the excruciating parking issues that exist in our section of town and along the Main Street corridor. I own a 100-year-old house without a driveway. When I bought in 2013, many houses in my neighborhood weren't occupied or were in foreclosure. That still didn't guarantee easy street parking. Most households have multiple vehicles and they usually park some of their cars on the street.
Since then, and definitely post-COVID, street parking has progressively gotten more difficult and competitive. Annual permits for municipal lot number 12 on Park Terrace, the closest muni lot, sold out in minutes this year. Residents camped out in the lobby of the police building the night before permits went on sale. The last permit for lot number 12 went to a resident who arrived at 6:20 a.m. Permits went on sale at 9. I got there just before 8. In the past, permits were available at least until the afternoon of the first day or even a few days later. Securing street parking is intense. Households with driveways commonly act like a tag team to grab a spot on the street. One car holds a spot until their family member arrives home to swap out. The first car then parks in their driveway. Most spots on the loop are taken well before 5 p.m. If you've never experienced the frustration of regularly finding parking, you have no idea how serious an impact it has on the quality of your life. Errands have to be scheduled. You can't run out to grab something without considering that you may not be able to park when you get back. Invited to a dinner or a show? What time will you be back? And how far from your house will you need to park? Do you feel safe doing that? Holiday weekends? A day trip means parking will be impossible when you get home. All of this is stressful. During the planning board hearings for 410 Main last year, countless residents spoke about the quality of life and safety issues that are impacted by parking. For years, my neighbors and I have suggested, requested, pleaded with administrations for a resident permit system. We were finally encouraged last December when the mayor said aloud that a permit system would likely happen. Slide 8 of April's summary presentation recommends permit restrictions for our neighborhood. I realize the council has a heaping plate these days, but what's the status of the parking plan? When is the next meeting to discuss the parking study? When will you start prioritizing the report's recommendations and begin implementing them? Please, let's get this done before I need to move out of West Orange because I can't afford my taxes, which may be soon. On that note, hats off to the staff members of the tax assessor's office who have been managing the confusion and panic of many residents, including me, because of our new tax burdens. It would have been very helpful if Resolution 15425 was passed before Munidex posted Q3 bills. Lastly, I'd like to publicly thank Asmaret Geber-Michael for her years of dignified and responsive service to our community. She is class. I wish her a full recovery and a return to office sooner than later. As the council considers her replacement, I strongly urge you to select Bill Rutherford. Like Asmaret, Bill clearly loves West Orange. While a member of the council, Bill evolved into an excellent representative for West Orange residents. He listens, he responds, he's creative, and he collaborates. He is a perfect choice to return to council and fill Asmaret's seat. Thank you. I also want to thank Zabeth, the Downtown Alliance, and Councilwoman Castellino for giving insight to the parking consultants. And may I suggest a numbered card system for public comment? Like take a number, like for the deli, right? Might help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Mr. Pinello, I think you should be next. Who else wants to speak tonight? Please raise your hand so I can recognize you. I see one hand there. What, is there another hand here? There's a hand in the back, Councilman Rutherford. I can see, I can't see who it is, standing at the very last row with his hand up with a white shirt. And then there's somebody in front of you, next, please. And if you want to move down closer to the front, there's room. Please. Mr. Fidello, please go.
Joseph Panulo, I live in Essex Fells within the 200-foot notice area of the West Essex Highlands proposed project. And the president of We Care, maybe successor to Paul Trachtenberg's 25-7-year fight. Allow me just before I roll into just to finish part of a statement that Paul would like to have entered into the record. And it was important to note that we're on planning board meeting number 14 coming up next June 30th, Monday, Another one was yesterday, number 13. And in all of these hearings so far, scores, about hundreds of members of the public have spoken out against this project. Not one single member of the public in any of the surrounding towns or in West Orange has spoken in favor of this project. The municipalities of Verona, Caldwell, West Orange on the record, and the Essex County Environmental Commission have all spoken up and resolved to oppose this project and suggest its preservation. Last night, a member of the Essex County Environmental Commission came into this room to present that for this record, and the planning board hearings was denied. I don't know why. We have questions about how that record's going to be completed before the hearings are over, but that's not what I'm here to talk about today. Paul discussed the process and the things that were going on during 2020, April 6th and 14th, when the settlement agreement was approved between West Essex Highlands, the Township of West Orange, and the Condo Association ad infinitum throughout the balance of that year. I'm here to talk about what happened before that. So we know, in 2017, a court-ordered settlement in Mount Laurel Court was entered, and on May 6th, the developer's attorney wrote to the township and told you that by relying on the subject property in connection with the settlement of the declaratory judgment litigation, West Orange took the formal position the subject property is available, approvable, developable, and suitable for the proposed inclusionary multifamily development, citing NJAC 5:97-3.13A. Remind the developer's attorney that West Orange is not the only one that relied on those representations. The Mount Laurel Court and Fair Share Housing Council did the same. The problem with those reliances, with facts that were both known to this town attorney at the time and the developer's attorney who intervened and is a beneficiary in this matter for these 100 units and 500 units of 496 of density that could never have been approved prior to this, is the definition of available, approvable, developable, and suitable. This project, in order to be compliant and meet the standard to be eligible for an affordable housing location, had to meet all four of those criteria. The fact is, it met none. A better fact is the fact that the developer's attorney who intervened and the township attorney in this town knew those facts to be true and did not disclose them to the court nor to Fair Share Housing. So, real quick, and I could do this a lot longer than the 2 minutes left, this site as an available site means it is free of encumbrances. That was not a true statement at the time, and it was known to both parties. It was not known to the court and Fair Share. This site was encumbered by prior settlement agreements with the original We Care in 2004, with a series of Essex Fells homeowners who brought an action in Essex County Law Division, ESXL 2881-04. That settlement, that litigation was settled in December of 2005. The town attorney is signed the stipulation of dismissal. The developer intervened in that action. They both know what happened. Those are private property owners entering into voluntary settlement agreements with We Care and with Essex Fells homeowners that the town ordinance cannot abrogate. But that wasn't disclosed. Further, in 1980, so this developer has been developing three sides of this mountain since the late 70s. In 1980, in order to develop in Verona and West Orange high Taurus estates, the Verona Planning Board granted a resolution and issued a permission to build homes in both sides, but Howell Drive, two lots that are owned by the developer, are single-family zoned in perpetuity with a deed restriction that was not disclosed, that will not allow the emergency access route outside that site, and that's not disclosed. We have a copy of that resolution from 1980. There's a further one in 1983. That would have made this not only not available, but unapprovable, because approvable in this case means it would be consistent with the rules and regulations of agencies with jurisdiction over that site. Well, in terms of the municipality, they suspended every ordinance in this township in order to engineer something that was impossible.
Your time is up.
It was not developable and it was not suitable. It's not developable because it has no water and sewer. At a minimum, under the definition. Those plans were not submitted. Those entrance facilities do not exist. There's a sewer line that goes into Verona across the mountain that must be crossed. It's not there, and it's not suitable because of compatible land uses and environmental.
Mr. Vanullo, I have to beg
You may,
to-
sir.
Yes, meet the 5-minute requirement, please.
Thank you. I urge this council to find out more about what's going on here, because the point is, we don't belong here. This settlement agreement in 2017 should never have been entered. We wouldn't be here fighting in 2025.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Pizzuto.
for that.
Thank you.
I think the next person that I identified was Ms. Bennett, if you're ready to speak. I thought you raised your hand. And then there's a gentleman in the very back row with the white shirt. He keeps raising his hand. You're next. And then there was somebody in front of you that raised a hand, but I can't see from here. That should be the next speaker, please. I think that's you, unless there's someone closer to the person in the very back row. Yes. Ms. Bennett, I just, before you start speaking, I apologize. I just wanted to, again, thank you for bringing forward some information about a town employee a few days ago, and greatly appreciate you bringing it to the attention of authorities. I would ask, if you want to discuss this tonight, that you not name the person in an open forum like this as an employee, just in respect to the fact that they're innocent until proven guilty, and just want to not bring that up during the meeting, please.
Council President, thank you. I know better than that, but I appreciate the caution. Michaela Bennett, Old Indian Road. So I'd like to start my public comment pertaining to Resolution 162-25. I don't know if the council plans to move forward with that resolution or not, but I would urge you to not consider renewing Ms. McGovern's contract for two reasons. Several more, but two reasons that I'll highlight tonight. The first, the Essex County Country Club application that was before the planning board that I objected to, spent tens of thousands of dollars addressing, was unlawful on its face when the applicant made the application. Several people in the room served, voted in favor of that application, but it is unlawful everywhere in the state of New Jersey to drive with an open container, even on private property. So a golf cart pulling up to a halfway house, a comfort station, a bar, essentially, picking up an alcoholic beverage that's open and then pushing off down along the course is unlawful. That should never have been considered by the planning board, because it should never have been, it's unlawful. And you need counsel that understands the law to guide competently the planning board. Because that was allowed to proceed, every neighbor, it was unanimous, all of us opposed the application, and had a very difficult time making sure that our positions and considerations were included in the record, had a difficult time being promoted to panelists based on guidance and advice of counsel. You'll be happy to know that the wetlands that Essex County Country Club had completely decimated right behind our fence, thanks to the DEP and the complaints that we filed with the DEP in their investigation, is now recovering. In any event, for that reason, and for a more recent reason, Ms. McGovern really is not suitable to guide that board. Recently, I came to understand that Councilwoman Scarpa, who is on the planning board, is injured and disabled, and like tonight, maintains her obligations and her duties remotely, but has not been permitted in multiple applications to be able to appear in her full capacity with accommodations, reasonable accommodations, on the planning board. I've written multiple times to the planning board and to the attorney. I've not received a response. Every attorney who's in the room knows
that when an attorney communicates with another attorney, they're entitled to a response. Ms. Scarpa, Councilwoman Scarpa, being excluded from meaningfully participating in the planning board like every other member is improper. It's contrary to the ADA, and it should be rectified. All right. So I would urge this council to not approve Ms. McGovern's contract ever. The only other item that I wanted to bring up with the minute that I have left is the item that you referenced before I started speaking. So I did present to the council and to this administration evidence that a employee of this township who makes over $178,000 annually has a full-time job that conflicts, it would appear conflicts, or I don't know if it's a full-time job, so let me retract that, has a job as a golf operations manager at Rock Spring Golf Club, who I personally observed on multiple occasions working during working hours, 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, and took evidence of that and presented that to the administration. Rather than the administration responding to any of the emails that I've sent in regards to the information that I was requesting as a private citizen, the administration responded to the Citizen Budget Advisory Board Chair, suggesting that any requests of board members go through the chair. I do not relinquish my rights as a citizen of this township, and I am entitled to ask the township business administrator for information. Now, I understand that the employee manual was provided to the council. I asked for a copy. I was told I would get a copy. I've done everything, Mr. Smeraldo, that you asked me to do that night, and professional courtesy would dictate that you should provide a copy of that information. Yes, you know, I've also submitted a complaint to the proper authorities about this, frankly, because I do not trust that you will do the right thing.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak tonight? I thought I had identified you, the councilman, as the next speaker, and then there was another speaker over here who stood up, and I think you're the other. Is there anyone else who wants to speak? Okay, please, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Luxon A. Chen from 34 South Valley Road, known as South Valley Barbecue and Lounge. I wasn't going to say anything, but it seems like there's a parking issue in West Orange, and we don't want to be a problem. And it seems like we're about to be a problem. We had overflow parking on Wheatland Avenue, and it has become permitted parking, but no one parks there. There's about 30 spaces. 27 spaces are not used. Most of the residents there have parking lots. And I heard you guys have a budget issue. I actually have one. Let me propose this. We're willing to pay for parking up there. Also, you have a lot that's owned by the township, 10 Union, which is 2 doors down from us. We're willing to purchase it for extra parking. We don't want to be that guy where our patrons are parking, where the young lady comes from work and she can't find parking. So that's what I'm proposing.
Sir.
Yes, before you go, could you just write down your name and either phone number or email address so we can get in touch with you, please? Have you spoken with anybody from the township?
No, we did send a letter. That letter?
Okay.
Wait, do you live in this?
I do not. But yes, that's deal.
I guess. Councilman, I think you're next, please. Thank you.
Joe.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
Couldn't hear him.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Good evening, council, all those joining virtually in person, Bill Rutherford, 800 Place, West Orange. Came tonight to show my admiration and deep sadness, disappointment that Councilwoman Geber Michael will no longer be serving I certainly do understand her reasoning and wish her well and support her in making that decision. But I do count it as a loss for the town. So I do want to put on the record how she has served with distinction and has done a great job at trying to make sure we have good government in West Orange. And that's really the only reason why I came here tonight. But then after hearing some of the commentary, some of the stuff just seems to be, played over and over and over again. So I would like to know, can anyone tell us how much we've already spent on the library? I just want to know how much of taxpayer money has actually gone to create the library at Executive Drive. And anyone can provide that information, and everyone in leadership here has my email address. So please let me know how much we have actually spent to date. I saw on the slide, there's another 2.2 to 2.3 million that is being requested. And when you add up all of those things together, I think it was $4 million. I find that interesting. That project continues to get more and more costly, making those of us who challenged it look like we were right for challenging it up front. The issue with the parking at the library, we've been hearing this concern and complaint from residents for quite some time. I don't understand why we don't just reallocate some of the spaces that the other tenant is using. Allow, certainly for handicapped or seniors to park without having to walk up that steep hill. And the bigger point though is, why weren't these issues addressed, considered during the planning phase? And why does it seem like we are constantly fixing problems which are characterized as things that we couldn't have predicted, instead of taking our time and getting it right during the planning phase? One of the things that stood out to me the most was a change order requesting outlets in the library so people could charge their devices. We know people are going to bring tablets and iPads and laptops to the library, or a water fountain near the entrance. And I do understand things evolve. The mayor said, things do evolve over the course of time. But there are some of these issues that we find ourselves dealing with that could be dealt with upfront if we took proper time. And the last thing I'll say, I know I have 2 minutes left. I'm hoping to get done before the clerk has to alert me. With regard to things evolving, this community space that is supposed to be in the senior building, when the project was originally proposed, it was stated that there would be a satellite library there. I've said in this chamber multiple times, we need to stop telling people that because we know it's not true. And I was ridiculed and criticized for saying that. And it is in fact not true. And now we hear that, because there's this real intent to make this space a community space, and now for some reason we can't, despite our best efforts. It just seems that this is the same story we've heard before. It appears that the administration has continued the practice from the administration, telling the public something that they'd like to hear and project approved, and then changing it after it is approved. I think that the residents of West Orange deserve better than that. And the last thing I'll say is, I understand that there was some consideration for not filling the Councilman Gabriel Michael's seat with an appointment. Do want to remind us that there will be an election this fall. So the voters in West Orange will have an opportunity to the township. The work of the council has to go on. Every single vote to be affected by the vacancy. And we have an obligation, especially with regard to the budget. And if you do not fill that vacancy, you will only have 4 people.
Your time.
Which means a super majority
to increase or decrease anything in the budget. That's just one issue. It does need to be filled. I am not seeking that appointment. I really do thank you guys for suggesting it, but you guys really do need to put someone else in that seat so that the business can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come up. I don't know your name, so I can't call you. Yes, please come up. Is there anyone else who wants to speak tonight at public comment? Please raise your hand. You will be the next speaker.
Yes, good evening, board. Good evening, West Orange residents. My name is Jose Paredes. I've been a resident of West Orange for almost 35 years.
Sir.
Also, my family
Can you spell your last name?
is Paredes, Paredes.
And
First
the-
name Jose, Jose,
And your address?
443 Main Street in West Orange, second
Thank-
floor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is actually supporting the ordinance of the noise complaint for the two different bars. Javelin Park, I believe it's called, and then the other one is in Oku.
It's for all the bars.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right. So I also have a couple of complaints, especially for the one in Oku, you know, since I live right next to it. There were occasions that I had some people on the public leaving empty bottles and glasses right by my door. And there was even an occasion where one of my neighbors, she mentioned that she came out late to throw the trash, you know, and there is a little alley where she says she saw some people also having intercourse and stuff like that. And then also the smoking with cannabis too, constantly. And javelin, you know, even though I live behind it, you know, the noise and the vibration is just loud in certain times, you know, and sometimes also with the parking, fights, I have witnessed fights also, you know, and it's just getting way out of hand, you know, and I really would like that to stop, you know, because I reside with my mom. My mom is actually a senior citizen, and then also my son has anxiety and he's how you call that? He has social anxiety and ADHD. So sometimes he will wake up and start pacing and stuff like that. And that's mainly it. Yeah. Right. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paredes. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak? Please come up. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Hi.
Could you just pull down the, so
Yeah.
there, so we can get to that. Thank you.
My name is Brenda Munoz. I reside in 98 Harrison Avenue. I am here tonight to speak as a West Orange resident who has been directly and repeatedly affected by the noise, disruption, and outright neglect caused by but not just one bar actually, is by other businesses in West Orange that are allowed to disturb peaceful neighborhoods without consequences. So let's be clear, this is not just one place, it's about a pattern that will never be tolerated in other areas in West Orange. We live in a mixed neighborhood, families, children, people who work early mornings, yet these businesses operate like they're in a nightclub zone. Loud patrons, outdoor patios used as discotheques, and music that has shaken our walls late into the night and during the day also. It has taken a toll in our mental health, our sleep, and our trust in local leadership. What hurts the most is the silence from this administration. At the last administration meeting, someone actually said that there were no complaints, and yet the mayor, who has seen me in her office, crying, showing proof after proof, sharing countless written complaints and evidence, sat there and said nothing. That silence spoke louder than any DJ speaker has ever has. It was like a betrayal to every single family that live here near the bars, near these businesses. Now, Ms. Tammy Williams promotes herself as a mental health advocate, but how do you support the mental health of a community while defending businesses that do the exact opposite? Noise, stress, fights, late night disruption. This is what we live with.
Is her advocacy just for certain people? So let's talk true. The only thing that changed recently is that these businesses know that the ordinance is being considered. So they're playing quiet for now. But the minute this is overturned or weakened, they'll be back at it. And frankly, we're tired of the race card being thrown every someone is held accountable. It's being weaponized. Because if we want to talk about discrimination, let's talk about how Hispanic families like mine or his or my neighbors who live in the back, there's a woman who has Alzheimer's. There's another man who works overnight to pay for his new home. So how is this possible? And no one said a word when we've been fighting. So we've been following rules, going through the right channels, and being patient. So don't flip this narrative when we ask for the same peace others have already given. So let's be honest, this is not about shutting down anyone's businesses. This bar is still open, they're still selling food, selling drinks, still making money. The only difference is that they're allowed to operate. They're not allowed to operate as a full-blown club in the residential area. And that's how it should have been from the beginning. We all support small businesses, but we support the right kind, the kind that respect their neighbors, the kind that uplifts a town instead of divide it, the kind that don't rely on politics, favoritism, or guilt to bypass accountability. So to this council, the administration, and this mayor, the people have spoken. Maybe not all of them have showed up. Maybe many are too tired or discouraged, but I showed up over and over again. I brought proof, I brought voices, I brought truth. So to the administration, and especially to the mayor, now it's your turn to decide. Are you here to protect businesses who break your residents' peace at any cost? Or are you finally going to protect these families who live here? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Munoz. Is there anyone else who wants to speak tonight at public comment? Seeing none, no hands raised, I'm going to close public comment and open up responses to my colleagues. I believe that Councilwoman Scarpa should probably lead off with the responses. Councilwoman?
Okay, thank you very much. Let's start at the beginning. Maureen and Florence, I'm so sorry you have to continue to come here. I don't know what is happening there at Crest Ridge Apartments. I know both Councilwoman Rudin and I have spoken to you so many times, and she was doing a great job following up. Our health department does need to get more involved, and I'm going to ask the administration to do whatever they need to do. And I'm glad that you've gotten some relief with some other various entities who can maybe help you. But we will follow up with you. Sheila Lefkowitz, thank you as always for your thoughtful responses and interests in our community. I have to agree with you that it is difficult for many, including seniors, to get to public comment. And I do hope it's soon that we will be able to hear from everyone on Zoom. You're not the only one who has made that request. In terms of the gas-powered blowers, I think you know that over a year ago, I suggested that it is a matter of fundamental fairness to give all of our residents a voice. I really realized this when I did my survey on the garbage contract and heard from so many residents, and they said, thank you for finally giving us a voice. Residents like yourself are caring for elderly parents, for children. They can't get to our council meetings, but they still deserve a voice. And I would like to ask the administration and my council colleagues to move towards putting this on as a referendum for November as soon as possible. I think that's the right way to approach this. the gas-powered blowers, I think is something that everyone's concerned about. As far as the fireworks, I agree with you. I do feel very sad, and many of our residents have said the same to me. You know, why do we have to go to Livingston to see fireworks? We pay a lot of taxes. And I think there are many who feel the way you do and miss the fireworks that we've always enjoyed. And perhaps I can ask our administration to talk a little bit more about that in terms of whether we might be able to move forward in the future on that. Mr. Trachtenberg and Mr. Panulo, I want to thank you for continuing to advocate for all of us, and particularly your neighbors. As you know, many of the residents agree with you. I've heard from so many of them. As a planning board member, of course, I cannot comment, but your engagement and your commentary is so important to all of us. For all of those who came to talk about the permit parking, Sue and MK Adams and Krista. Krista, I did respond to your email and asked your phone number because I would like to talk to you about this in more detail. As you know, I am a member of the Washington school community. I am a speech pathologist there, and everything that goes on in your community is of great concern to me. So I do hope you will send me a phone number or reach out to me and talk to me about this in person. I agree with all of you that the paid permit parking is a solution that many of us have all thought was appropriate even before the parking research was conducted. So I'm going to ask our administration how fast we could move towards that piece of it. We need to prioritize it, even if we are not ready to do the full parking project. I think the permit parking for our residents should be a priority and be done immediately. Bill Rutherford, it was wonderful to hear from you again. You know, you and I had always had similar sentiments about the library, and I agree with all of your comments. Thank you so much. Our friend from the South Valley Barbecue, I'm sorry I didn't get your name, but I think it's wonderful that you're willing to step up and help us solve this problem. And hopefully we could get together with the administration and see what we can do about all these parking issues. Brenda, Jose, I want to thank you two for continuing to come here for over a year. I have been at the pool since last summer. It's been a full year that I have been listening to you and your neighbors while I'm in the pool about the problems in your neighborhood where you cannot sleep. Jose, cannabis intercourse fights. I've even heard of defecation in the area. This is a pattern of behavior that I'm going to ask our administration to discuss with the police chief and really take a serious look at it. It is unconscionable that anyone who pays the taxes in our town that you do have to deal with this on a daily basis. And it brings me to the planning board issue. I am a planning board member, and the chair did say he had not heard any complaints. And as you know, I have been convalescing and have not been able to speak or vote at the planning board. So I've actually been denied the opportunity to address this problem for you as your planning board representative. And I hope that we are going to remedy this in the very near future, which brings me to Michaela Bennett. Thank you for your advocacy, for bringing this to our attention. I was planning to pull 16225 and ask to table it until this situation with the planning board and my participation is resolved. Many residents have asked me about it. why I'm not commenting, why I'm not voting. And I appreciate all their well wishes also for a speedy recovery. Their love and support has been very, very encouraging. So what I'm going to do is, I did have a statement I was going to read at that time, but I think it's more appropriate that I read it now. I did send a letter to Miss McGovern, and I wrote, I write in my capacity as the West Orange Town Council's appointed council member representative to the West Orange Planning Board. I request written documentation supporting the position of the planning board and you, its appointed attorney, to refuse to allow me to participate fully in multiple planning board meetings. Most recently, yesterday, June 23rd, 2025. The planning board has refused to allow me to comment and ask questions during multiple proceedings since my injury in April. As you know, I am convalescing from a recent fall at my job and have certified that I am up to date with all hearings and documentation of the planning board for multiple meetings. As you also know, I have fully participated in multiple town council meetings, in budget workshops via Zoom during my convalescence, commenting, asking questions, and most importantly, voting, as I would do if I was present at gatherings. I have received nothing in writing from you or the planning board chair Bagoff, providing a legal basis justifying my irregular treatment. I'm attaching the emails to this thread, which shows what has been communicated with me so far. I therefore request that you provide your legal determination and analysis as to why a bedrock foundation of the state's municipal land law, that properly seated members of the planning board enjoy equally the rights and responsibilities of the position, in particular voting, is not being followed by the West Orange Planning Board. I also ask that you provide your legal determination and analysis justifying the planning board's apparent violation of federal and state laws providing for the accommodation of injured, disabled, or handicapped persons wherever possible. In particular, this potentially discriminatory treatment is so easily remedied by proven reliable and secure technology that's currently accommodating me and my condition at the council gatherings. I also ask you to confirm that the planning board has held meetings as recently as during the COVID period in which all members conducted their duties via Zoom. I would hope that we can move to fix this problem as quickly as possible without having to resort to legal representation and action. Thank you in advance for your speedy response to my request of this email, and I also appreciate you confirming receipt of this email as soon as possible. So I just thought it was more appropriate, given all of the comments, that I read this to you at this time, and you can put it in the proper context. And with that, I'll let you move along.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Great email. Please advise us as soon as you hear back from Ms. McGovern. Thank you.
I will.
Hold on just a second, excuse me. Oh. Madam Clerk just reminded me that today is your birthday. So
It is.
I wanted to wish you a happy birthday, and I'm sure most, if not all, of West Orange joins me also in wishing you well today.
Thank you. There's no place I'd rather be. I said that to the clerk today, that it is very rewarding serving the residents of West Orange. I did actually celebrate the last weekend.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Rudin.
Happy birthday,
Thank you.
Councilwoman Scarpa. There were so many important and great speakers tonight. Just going to try and bunch things together. In terms of the requests from the many people who spoke about parking issues and parking problems. Thank you all for coming down. Really good question, MK, in terms of what's going on with the dynamic traffic study. We were presented it and then it sort of walked away. So I would like to ask the administration to schedule a meeting with the public, with the council, have it be an open public meeting. We want to hear more of the concerns. We want to address specific areas and we want to take action. I don't know if there's anything that can be done immediately by the administration to issue permits so that this can start while the evaluation is going on, but I would like to suggest that this suggestion about parking permits be instituted right away. And I'd like to get response on that. Mr. Panula and Mr. Trachtenberg on West Essex Highland. What was most interesting to hear is how this should never have come to the planning board. This entire application, we are now almost 14 meetings deep in this application that should never have been heard. And what I heard referenced is that the developer was working with our own township attorney in not disclosing information that should have been made public, which had it been made public, this would not be before us. We would not be wasting taxpayer time, money, all the effort that your organization has brought to the public and has to be so active on this. And it really just is another example of some of the bad decisions that have been made behind the scenes by some leadership in this township. To the people who came out and spoke about noise, Brenda and Jose, the administration may not be listening to you, but we really are. And we are moving forward with 2 ordinances that will help address the noise and to bring quality of life to the residents who are living so close to commercial businesses. It is not fair what you endure. I know what heartache each of you have had. I'm really glad, Jose, that you, Jose, that you came out and described what's going on. Some of these complaints should go straight to the health department. But tonight we should be passing on first reading again, and an ordinance which will prohibit outdoor amplification in cafes. And that I know already has made a difference to people not having to deal with the noise, the outdoor vibrations and noise, and the amplification. You shouldn't be living with DJs in your backyard, with karaoke in your backyard. There were many people who came to this council and spoke loud and clear against pop-up parties. Well, you have a pop-up party in your backyard every single night, and that's not fair. And we're going to do something about that. And thank you so much for being brave, for coming out, for really even calling out that this is not a racial issue. This is simply an issue about noise and doing the right thing to improve the quality of life for all of our residents while not trying to hurt any business in town. As far as some of the comments that were brought by Ms. Bennett, it is really pretty astounding that Ms. Scarpa and Ms. Scarpa, Councilwoman Scarpa also raised the same thing, that she's being excluded from attending, from speaking at a planning board meeting. We do it here. You all can see that that Councilwoman Scarpa can attend and can be brought in as a panelist, and there's no reason why that can't be done at a planning board meeting. And I'd like to question whether or not those planning board meetings are even legal, that just took place because they excluded one of the members. And that seems like a very targeted exclusion. Ms. Bennett, I also think that you're completely right about mentioning that your remarks that you made in terms of bringing information to this administration about a township employee holding 2 full-time roles, one for the township and one for a private company operating a town-owned facility, were made as a private citizen, not in your role as a member of the Budget Advisory Committee. The administration forwarded that communication to the chair of the Budget Advisory Committee and then misrepresented that all communication for this board should be through that chair. That is a serious infringement on Ms. Bennett's rights. I'd like to hear from the administration on how you plan to respect the board procedures and also respect the rights of a private citizen moving forward. The concern about, thank you also for Ms. Robinson for coming out again. You know I'm going to be on the phone tomorrow. And also for Ms. Smith, I will also, but I'm also on the rent leveling board, and I appreciate that you brought the issue to the rent leveling board. And let's try and make things better for Crest Ridge management. You all are important members of our community, and you deserve to live a good life in Crest Ridge. In terms of the council vacancy, I would like to speak very briefly about the responsibility that we currently face. With the recent resignation of our council colleague, we have a seat open, and the law gives us until July 12th to fill that. That's not just a deadline, it's our duty to ensure full representation for the people of West Orange. Some colleagues have suggested that leaving the seat vacant to avoid influencing the November election is a good idea. But withholding representation isn't neutrality, it's neglect. Our residents elected 5 council members, not 4. Leaving the seat empty would mean months of incomplete governance, where 2-2 votes fail, bonding measures stall, and mayoral vetoes overrides become impossible. That's not effective government. That's gridlock. This is not about politics. It's about principle. The law is clear. Our duty is clear. We must fill this seat. I urge my colleagues to act and ensure that our council reflects the voices of our community. Let's take a brief look to see if I have overlooked anybody. Also, just in terms of the parking issue, I want to thank Mr. Luxon for bringing us a possible solution. That's really terrific. And we as a township really appreciate when residents can solve the problems for us that we can't always solve. Okay, I think I hit everybody. I also wanted to thank our public information officer for doing always a fantastic job, but in particular, my 2 favorite issues, for highlighting that we do have an animal shelter in town. Some of these animals, including the dogs, have been there for 2 years, and we really need to find them homes. So please, everybody, if you're looking for a pet, please look first, shop local in West Orange. And also thank you so much for pointing out that we do have a tree ordinance, and that for every tree, dead or alive, in town that comes down, you do need a permit.
Your permission.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rudin. You're done, right? Okay, just didn't want to step over you. I will try to be as brief as possible here. Thank you very much for everybody commenting tonight. You're pointing out areas, multiple areas where we need to work harder and we need to work faster and we need to deliver better. And we heard you. I think it's pretty clear we have parking issues, not just in the neighborhoods where people spoke tonight, but literally all over town. Unfortunately, we have a very old town that developed a great deal even before cars were around. So there are many residential units that do not have driveways, and we have to work harder and better and more effectively to get parking here. I want to just take this opportunity to ask Mr. Smeraldo if now is a good time to just talk about where we are with the parking study and developing it. maybe give people a better idea of what we're going to be doing next.
About an hour, if you want to do all your comments.
No, not an hour, please.
Okay.
But
So
very briefly, please.
So briefly, so we did receive the study. It was presented, I think, 2 meetings ago. One of the concerns we had is that we are as the administration have to get funding, which was one of the edicts that the council said, let's not present any capital while we're doing the operating budget, but we're still looking forward to moving forward with some of the parking. Now it's going to take a lot of effort and a lot of work, and that includes ordinances, purchasing, the parking permits. We'd have to work with our engineer in identifying those areas, and also with our police department so that we can issue the permits. If we're going to go to a system that's recommended in the parking study, one of it would be a more electronic system, which is a capital item. There's the old fashioned sticker system that we have now, but that's, we have to figure out what is the best way. So this is one of these subjects that we wanted to broach at the July meeting as far as capital. So we can have discussions about that prior to, with the council, offline, and we can present that at the meeting. If that's the choice of the council, which it appears, and we're listening to the public, and we understand. The main reason we did the whole study itself is that there is an understanding that there is a challenge to parking. So it wasn't a parking study for 2 or 3 streets. It was for the entire eastern half of the community. So, and include other areas also, smaller areas up the hill, in the western half of the town with smaller parking lots. So it's a great undertaking. And while the issues in pocket areas are for each individual is challenging, we're trying to do something that's going to encompass the entire flow everywhere. So that's about as brief as I can get for you.
That's excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I just want to follow up on one of the concerns that Mr. Smeraldo expressed, which was capital and capital expenditures. We, as a council, along with the chief financial officer, are working on a debt management plan that will address the debt crisis that we are in right now. We have more than $160 million in outstanding debt. We are paying nearly 12% of our budget for debt service. And that situation is actually going to increase slightly over, I think, the next 3 or 4 years. And we have got to get this problem under control. So we're working on it. And what we have said as a council is that until we get a plan in place where we know where we're going and we can afford it, we are not going to make any discretionary capital expenditures or plan for them until we get this problem under control. So I appreciate Mr. Smeraldo acknowledging that we have a pause on any discretionary spending, but we certainly need to consider what we can do to improve the parking and traffic flow situation in the town. I also wanted to ask, since I was mentioning the CFO, Mr. Detiniak, we had a question from Councilman Rutherford who asked, it seems like a simple question. I'm not sure you have the data available to you right now about how much the free library property has cost us since.
So I don't want to answer at the dais and get the wrong answer, but I do have a note to email former Councilman Rutherford, because it's not just the library project. I think what he means also any other ordinances that have been done for 10 Rooney and probably some of the operating expenses that have gone along with that building for the last few years. So I'll put that together and get that out to the councilman and obviously the rest of the council here.
Great. And I know we've discussed this during the budget workshops. I just didn't have the data at my fingertips either. So thank you for doing that.
And Council President, if I could just add to it. So one of the big things is that we want to make sure that I think we've identified at the budget hearings, and just for the public's knowledge, it's not that it's the library, it's 10 Rooney Circle in which the library occupies a space. There was money that was allocated from the state of New Jersey Department of Education to get the library in shape. But as part of that project, when we started realizing when later on at the project, there were other components of the building itself that weren't really reflective of the library project. It was more or less, there was change orders, and there's now acknowledging there was change orders with the library project itself. But however, the building, the property in itself has its challenges that are unrelated to the library, because a lot of those questions that were in other parts of the building were kind of rectified in the library itself. And so there were some things that had to be challenged, and there's still some issues that have to be addressed for the entire property. So just want to make sure that the distinction, because it's not just the library that has challenges. We have, we're trying to fix up the whole property. So.
Yes, and I appreciate the multiple complaints about noise and disturbances from commercial businesses that are right next or right on top of residential. And it's something, as Councilwoman Rudin pointed out, we're aware of, and we are working to try to remediate or to actually eliminate if we possibly can. So appreciate those comments. I also appreciate the residents at Crestwoods Apartments. It's a private business, but we as the municipality have a health department that can provide help in certain ways. So please, your first step should be the health department. And as one of the speakers.
Council President, if I can interject, that's really not just the health department, it's the property maintenance. Property maintenance is on a first name basis with the management up there. There are health issues, but things such as the water leaking and things of that nature, that's property maintenance. The refrigerator is property maintenance. So, and I know that one of our inspectors has a very good working relationship with the management up there. So I would kindly suggest that you contact our property maintenance division, and they can go out there and take care of it too. And if it is something such as, vermin infestation, then obviously then we could get the health department out there as well.
Sounds good. And then add to that, the rent leveling board, you heard that there was some progress made with when they were reached out to the rent leveling board. So those are the three areas that you should keep in mind.
I want to comment on that too. The rent leveling board is not your place to call in the sense of those kind of property maintenance issues. The person who staffs the rent leveling board does a great job. She understands the concerns there, and she probably made that call on your behalf. The rent leveling board deals with rent. That's their job, is to deal with rent. It's not property maintenance. So I would suggest, again, property maintenance, health department, or whatever, wherever you want to go. But the rent leveling board actually deals with the rent specifically with either apartments and the landlord and the tenant. So just so we can clarify for the public. But that person is a great asset to the office, and she probably went above and beyond her role that day to help to assist that day. So, okay.
I also wanted to comment on some of the back and forth between Ms. Bennett and Councilwoman Rudin about the Citizens Budget Advisory Board. As the primary author of that ordinance, I will acknowledge that it's only a few months old and everybody is getting used to this. But I will say the Citizens Budget Advisory Board has been a huge asset in our budget discussion so far, and we expect even more from them. I just want to point out what the ordinance actually says. It says in section E, the board shall make all requests for information or materials following a majority vote of the members present. B, have access to all financial and budget documents that it believes are needed to advise the council that are not otherwise subject to privacy or other non-disclosure limitations. The board shall make its request in writing to the council, which will review the request and forward it to the business administrator or his or her designee and the chief financial officer. So there is a process in place. It's a new ordinance. It's a new process. Just have to bear with us as we get used to get used to a new process. But I just want to say the Citizens Budget Advisory Board has been a great asset to the budget process now, and I expect they will be even more so in the future. We also have, when's our next budget workshop? Is it
Thursday?
Thursday, starting at 5 o'clock. So if you've heard that this is not as exciting as watching paint dry, that is not correct. Okay, there are some interesting stuff being talked about how we're spending your money, how we want to spend your money, and what we want to spend it on. So if you're addicted to the NBA and now that's over, this might be something you might want to listen to a little bit going forward. I also want to mention about the affordable housing issue. Not so much about what was being discussed tonight, although it is vitally important, but more directly, I just want to sort of talk about where we are with affordable housing. We are now in the fourth round of affordable housing that that is the law now. The law was signed back in March 2024, and we have what everybody seems to consider a rather substantial quota of affordable housing that we need to provide in terms of our fourth round plan. That is due June 30th. So just to touch on it, we had an executive session in January where we talked about how we wanted to move forward. The mayor brought to the council in April a request to hire an affordable housing planner. We turned down that proposal, and subsequently she has signed a different affordable housing planner to a contract. And as part of that engagement letter for that contract is that the plan that is required by the state law to be submitted to the court by June 30th, in a couple of weeks, this affordable planner says we are not going to meet that deadline. Now, the potential issue with not meeting the deadline is that it opens us up to what's known as builder's remedy, in which builders who want to build in your township say that they will help us reach our affordable housing goals by asking for substantially increased density. And it's a real problem for municipalities because we have very little defenses in terms of the protective ordinances that we have under a builder's remedy. So the engagement letter says that the planner expects to submit a plan in 3 to 4 months. And the issue right now is what's going to happen with us if we miss the deadline and become more open or more subject to builder's remedies. It's not clear whether that will actually happen because there seems to be a lot of municipalities that are going to miss the deadline. And so we're hoping that that doesn't bode ill for us. And some of the council members have expressed a desire for the township to file for an extension of the deadline. My last conversation with the new affordable housing planner indicated that some requests for deadline extensions have been granted. So we're hoping to hear back from the administration that they will file for the extension. And meanwhile, we are trying to move forward on putting the plan together.
I would like to comment on.
Please, go ahead.
Okay, the mayor has failed to submit the state mandated affordable housing plan in town in time. She has told us, in fact, many times that it will not be delivered in time. So I'm happy to hear that there may be a request for an extension, but I think that not committing to getting this plan in by June 30th has put West Orange at extreme risk of builder's remedy, which could allow developers to bypass some of our zoning laws, most particularly the density requirement. This plan should have been finalized last year. It should not have been given to us this year in April when she knew that we were not going to approve the planner that she had put before us. There was another planner who was also had filed the RFQ who could have come on the next day. Instead, that didn't happen. It waited until 4 weeks ago and then said, okay, we're going to hire another company and they will commit to not producing this in time. This is directly the responsibility of the mayor. And I think that an extension should have been requested immediately an investigation should be into why we did not request an extension immediately. And I think that the township attorney, who is supposed to protect us from this type of exposure, should have known better and should have been advocating on behalf of the residents and not the developers, so that we would not be this exposed.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And last but not least, I just want to try to give everybody an update on where we stand with the council vacancy. As you all know, Councilwoman Geber Michael resigned unexpectedly. And under state law, we, the remaining council members, have 30 days from the date of the resignation in order to determine essentially three things. We have to determine whether we want to fill the vacancy or whether we want to just move on to the November special election to fill that seat. That's one thing we have to decide. Then we have to decide whether we want to fill the seat, and then we have to decide who we want to fill the seat. We have an issue in that we have one council member who is on vacation and has been on vacation for a while. We have another one who will be rolling off into vacation July 6th, Councilwoman?
Yes.
So we have a very compressed time in which to collaborate and determine what we want to do. And so that's the sort of deadline that we are under. In addition to this, we are asking for people who want to be considered for the spot to send their resumes to the clerk@westorange.org. And I believe the deadline is coming up. Is it the 25th? Tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. So hopefully if you don't know about this, you'll see this video before the deadline. In addition to this, there are going to be 2 elections to fill this seat. In November, in the regular general election, there's going to be a special election to fill the seat for the remainder of the term, which is another year. So that will be the election this November. Then next November, 2026, there will be another election, and this would be to fill the regular 4-year term. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and we're trying to keep up with it. I think I covered everything. Okay, so hopefully that clears up any uncertainty or lack of clarity. I would, at this point, I think we're finished unless Mr. Schmaraldo or Mr. Tiniak, do you have any comments? Okay. I would like to take a 5-minute break. This seems like a good time to do so right here at 9:15, and we will get back in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 9:23. Thank you. So, Joy, let's go talk to her. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I didn't send it to you. I said I was.
Please don't vote to give Montclair golf club. I told her before I don't agree with her on the Friday. And she's. Yeah, it's just unbelievable. You're right, you're right. Their argument that we have to do it now? Nobody wants to go to that dreary building. They want to go to the tax center. That's why I put it there and make it out like it's the best business widespread. So what do you think about my response? For a year. Pass.
Welcome back, West Orange. Thank you for bearing with us. The council meeting was in short break. We are returning now to the council meeting and Council President Kukoviac.
Thank you, Mr. Fagan. We have a real treat for you tonight, those of you in the audience and on Zoom, in that we are going to change around the agenda to address several very important resolutions related to the ABC board. And then we will return to the resolutions and ordinances that people are more familiar with. It's unusual to actually have the ABC portion of the meeting online or on Zoom. But so we will see. But I think it would be helpful for a lot of people who are here for the ABC hearings to get them through and save their clients perhaps an hour, 2 or 3 hourly fee. So, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. So can I have a motion to enter into the ABC hearing?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Councilwoman, hold on. Councilwoman Rudin? Yes. Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. We are in our ABC hearing.
Great, thank you.
Okay, the first matter on the agenda is Resolution 767-25, hearing on renewal for the 2025-26 license term for La Dolce Vita, known as Las Palmeras, Inc.
Mr. Williams, you need a seat.
Mr. Williams, can you go to the podium so we can?
This work now?
Are you good with the podium and your client sitting down? Is that okay?
I can turn the podium.
Okay.
Okay, good.
Good evening, everyone. Robert C. Williams appearing on behalf of Las Palmeras, Inc. You actually have 2 matters on. You have the first resolution, 767-25, and you also have the settlement agreement at, let's see, at the bottom of your
776?
yeah, 776. So the first one is simply a renewal of the license with the special conditions which have been attached to the prior years. My client's consent to the reimposition of the existing conditions. And we'd also like to, after assuming that you do that, address you on this global settlement that has been proposed by the division of ABC. So I would first ask for a resolution or move the resolution to renew their license with the special condition as proposed in 768-23.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I just want to get some advice to make sure that I do things right when it comes to this licensee. As you know, I have recused myself from some of the recent hearings that we've had. And I want to make sure that if I've recused myself from those hearings, whether I should or can vote on this application. It's slightly different. It's a renewal of the license and not a hearing, an enforcement hearing. So I just wanted to be sure that I do the right thing so that I don't cause even more trouble.
Okay. So we have Miss Courtney Cook here this evening, our ABC prosecutor, so she can certainly speak to that.
Good evening, everyone. So because you have actually recused yourself from this matter, you are, for purposes of a quorum, still allowed to abstain from voting so that we could still get the resolution passed in the event that the board decides to.
Okay, so it doesn't matter whether it's a license renewal or an enforcement hearing, correct?
Well, if you feel that you have a
Yeah,
conflict.
it's completely up to you if you decide to recuse yourself because you have a conflict.
Okay, then that's good. So I can vote on each one of these and I can even
You can abstain if you
I can
choose.
abstain, thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
Need to be present to get a quorum.
Well, I'm aware. I
Yes.
just want to be sure. So thank you, Ms. Cook. I appreciate it. Is there any discussion on the, wait, do we have a motion yet?
No,
Let's have a motion to approve,
76725.
this is for Las Palmeras.
Yes.
Do I hear a motion?
I would like to know what the, a motion, I would,
Need a motion in a second.
right, I'll make a motion
Okay,
to approve.
and I will second.
Okay. Okay, now you
Now-
can
So
have
now
your
discussion,
discussion.
questions, please.
There are a lot of penalties here. A lot. And
This is not on the penalties. This is only to renew the license.
Yeah, they're two separate issues.
That's a separate issue.
This
we're
is
looking at-
simply the renewal 767-25.
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So we got the updated documents earlier today. I don't know if you've had a chance to take a look at them. But they are essentially a confirmation of what we were expecting.
Okay. So if we approve the license, then we'll have the discussion on the settlement?
That's correct.
Okay.
First, you have to approve, there's a motion to approve. I didn't hear a second.
Yeah, there was a second.
Yes,
Second,
I
yeah,
second
vote.
it, Mr. Williams. I second it, yes.
Okay, are we ready to vote?
I think so. Councilwoman Scarpa, any comment?
No, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, great.
Okay, Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
I abstain.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, now 770, I'm sorry.
You're right, 776?
Oh, okay, 776-25, resolution regarding alcohol beverage control board's adjudication of charges issued to Las Palmeras.
Once again, Robert C. Williams appearing on behalf of Las Palmeras.
Courtney Cook, appearing from Anton Lee Cantor Rivera, as ABC prosecutor on behalf of the township.
I'd like to just go back and tell you why we're here tonight with the settlement that's been proposed for you to review and hopefully endorse tonight. As you're aware, I've appeared here, I believe, on 4 occasions relative to various ABC charges that were brought against Las Palmeras. As a result of those hearings, there were some cases that were dismissed, some were found guilty, others were found not guilty. One of the guilty charges was appealed to the division of ABC, and they stayed the order pending appeal. Approximately a month ago, maybe 6 weeks ago, I received a call from Sheena Rinka Kelly, who is the chief prosecutor or head of enforcement for the State Division of Alcoholic Beverage Control. She indicated to me that she had been contacted regarding the numerous violations in West Orange that have been pending, the amount of time that was being spent, the cost that was involved, and also to address the fact that the state had brought a charge against Las Palmeras, which has been sitting in Trenton for about a year, for a noise violation. And she said, since we have a noise violation and you have all these charges, we took a look at everything and we wondered if you would be willing to sit down with us and discuss maybe a global resolution. I said, of course. She said she intended to contact Ms. Cook and meet with the township prosecutors to go over all the charges that were still pending and would have to be resolved. Now, I know they spent several hours up in Livingston at their office going through that. I was not present. After they did that, they contacted me and asked if I would come to Livingston and meet with them. The state brought 2 attorneys. They brought Ms. Kelly, who's the head of enforcement, her assistant, Leslie Martin, and your prosecutor, Ms. Cook, also attended. And we spent several hours going through each and every possibility. What could happen? What would happen with the town if they had to prosecute these? What time would be spent on appeal? Because I don't know that you realize, but if you get convicted or charged and convicted in municipality, you have an automatic right to appeal and you get a de novo hearing.
everything that happened here goes away and we start all over again.
Right.
So they said, this will go on forever. So they said, we'd like to look at the charges and give you our recommendation. And they gave a recommendation, and that's in the settlement. This is not my position, and quite frankly, it was not necessarily Ms. Cook. She worked with them, but they came up with the settlement. They reviewed everything basically as an independent agency and said, here's what we think is fair to take everything together and start anew. And that's what we're asking you to approve. This is something that the interesting thing is, if it's not approved and we try the cases here, it goes back to the ABC on appeal. So the people that are recommending the settlement would then be reviewing what happened here. So this would be a tremendous saving for the town and for my client. They're proposing 100-day suspension. It's a lot of days. They broke it down. You have to serve 30 days, starting July 15th. We're holding 20 days in abeyance. If you get convicted within the next year of serving a minor, you have to serve another 20 days, or as an intoxicated person, minor or intox, excuse me. It went back and forth. You have to serve another 20. That's 50 days. Plus, we're going to charge you 50 more days by way of fine. So the package is 100 days. Now, did I give in on behalf of my client? A little bit, but I also looked at the broad picture. This cleans the slate. So tonight, this is what we're asking you to approve on behalf of the division. Not necessarily, my client was ready to go forward, but when they contacted me, I thought this was a good resolution. It saves everybody a lot of time. The penalty is severe, but we're willing to accept it. Now let Ms. Cook add what she'd like to.
Well, Mr. Williams, thank you for explaining the background and all of this and how we got here so eloquently. Just so that you know, even prior to Ms. Williams being brought and called in, I actually sat with Sheena Kelly, which is the Enforcement Bureau Chief, as well as the DAG, Leslie Martin. And we went through every single one of the charges that you see before you, all of the proofs that the township has to date to be able to prosecute these charges. And they did meet separately and come back to us with this recommendation. I actually do think, and I support it, I believe it's in the best interest of the township, long run. Obviously, we have charges dating back to 2021, and that gets everything convoluted. So if we can put some parameters in place right now that everyone can agree to, and then if we have any violations moving forward, I believe that we have a stronger record to present to the state. And if you guys have any questions, we are both here to and happy to answer them.
Yes, I have a question. Why was there a monetary payment instead of a 50-day suspension?
That was proposed by them. The 50, because quite frankly, although it wasn't brought to my attention, that's what they proposed, but I would not be able to accept a 100-day closing.
Okay. And what is the monetary amount that we're talking about?
That'll be determined by the state ABC. They have a formula. They take essentially what you would have made if you stayed open and charge you. So they work off your last federal income tax return. You have to show them the purchases of alcohol, the sale of alcohol. Remember that they only govern alcohol, don't have anything to do with food. So they come up with a per diem. So whatever the per diem is, it'll be 50 times that, and you have to pay it.
And I did confirm that with the DAG earlier today. And so we don't have an actual price for you at this time because we don't know if this was actually going to get approved. So the calculation hasn't been done yet.
Remember, the state gets the money, unfortunately.
Yes.
So they don't look to make it any, I mean, they want the money. So the per diem comes out on the formula they use, we have to pay it.
What will be the day suspension for an ordinance of one of our township, for violating one of our township ordinances.
You mean going forward?
Yes.
Whatever the board determines, the state won't determine it. If something happens after this
July
settlement,
1st.
you will charge the licensee like you have in the past on a new ordinance violation, and you will determine what it is. If it happens within 1 year, it's a second offense.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Can we add to this that going forward that the ABC board convenes after each and every summons?
That, I can't answer that question. That's not for me.
Yeah, I don't think that would be a condition for the settlement agreement, but that can definitely happen moving forward.
Okay.
As
So-
far as long as the availability of the board allows so.
Okay, but will you both agree to that?
I have to agree because if I'm charged, I have to respond.
Okay.
So I don't have a choice.
If you're still the attorney.
I'm still the attorney, but I mean, if you charge the licensee, they have X amount of days to file an answer. And if you schedule a hearing, they have to attend. So the burden's on the town.
Okay. The requirement that all security participate in training programs, wasn't that already a condition?
That was a condition that we had on a prior resolution that was still pending, that didn't go into effect. So wisely, they incorporated in this so that there's no question, even though those charges are essentially going to be dismissed and rolled into this agreement, it's now in there again. So you were protected by that.
Okay, there's no
Yes.
date on when that training program has to be completed.
There is no date, but it has to be completed.
We are getting recommendations from the state ABC as far as the training program. So as soon as that happens, which we're going to look into once hopefully this gets approved and it's going to be as soon as possible.
Okay, I meant the
Well, it says
secure.
30 days in the settlement agreement that we have
It's
to.
30
give
days for the
historic
core
parts.
part.
But
Right.
I honestly, I don't want to put a time in there because we're dealing with the state of New Jersey and they move very slowly sometimes.
Right, when I'm referring to security, I was speaking about the security who are outside the establishment.
Right,
And also the other issue is training of our police officers.
right.
Can you give us any guidance in terms of what the time frame will be and who will be administering those classes for our police?
I don't have any guidance right now because I am working with the Enforcement Bureau Chief on this matter. The issue of getting the police officers trained is separate and apart from the security guards. So I know that the Enforcement Bureau Chief is working with the state police department in order to come up with the training program. And I also don't want to mandate a specific time because if they hire another security guard, it's still, they might be hired after a certain date. So it's just to ensure that all of their security guards are actually trained.
I don't have any more questions.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
No questions for me. Thank you.
No questions for me. I'm glad there's at least a 30-day, well, actually, I'm abstaining. I shouldn't even be commenting. So I need to retract that.
Okay, it's retracted,
Yes.
forgotten,
Yes.
never happened.
So I think we're ready for a vote.
Okay,
Madam Clerk?
is there a motion to approve 776-25?
I make a motion to approve.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Can I make a statement?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I would just like to, I know that the owners and operators are here. We take this very, very seriously. And you are smack in the middle of a residential multifamily development that has been turned on its head. And I am requesting that you follow the ordinances of this town, that you quiet down, that you do not allow underage drinking or over drinking, and that you treat this community with the respect that you would wish to be treated with.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Okay. Councilwoman Rudin? Your
Yes.
vote? Your vote, yeah.
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
I'm abstaining.
Okay, the motion carries.
On behalf of the licensee, I thank you. And you want me to sign now?
Oh, yeah, whatever, yes.
Actually gonna sign the document now. Told her I would sign it once it was approved.
Do we,
Man of my word.
do we need a drum roll?
You know, we just needed the actual approval that the settlement agreement says that we have.
Okay.
But thank you all for our consideration and taking the time.
And thank you for explaining it to
I
us.
want to thank the state of New Jersey for coming in and spending all this time.
Yes.
And your attorney, well before I got involved, and I put a lot of time in on this.
Yes. This is good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Okay, thanks, Courtney. Okay, so
You want to take Valley Road now?
is that yours as well?
Yes,
Oh, about 768?
768.
Yeah, that's next.
Okay.
768-25, hearing on renewal for 2025-26 license term Lux 123 LLC, trading as South Valley Barbecue. Mr. Williams.
I will appear on that, although I'm actually here on the transfer. But I know the licensee's here and he has consented to the special condition. So we need the license renewed so that we can go into the next part of the agenda, the person-to-person transfer. Conditions remain the same.
Do we have a motion?
I make a motion.
And I will second it.
I'm so sorry.
No problem, no problem.
Um,
So we've, Councilwoman Rudin made the motion, I second it.
okay, let's call for a vote.
So
Oh,
what
any
we want to just,
discussion?
yeah, we just want to need to see if there's any discussion, any questions?
This is for the transfer.
No, this is for the license renewal.
Okay. All right.
Are we finished with the comment period? Can we move to a vote?
Or I just want to know, are there any concerns from our attorney on this license renewal?
No.
Okay. Okay.
We've had no issues that I'm aware of.
Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa. Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Let's see, next is 770-25, hearing on renewal for 2025-26 license term 1920s Roadhouse, Inc., trading as Essex House, which is currently in inactive status.
Have a motion?
I make a motion.
Okay.
I'll second. Is there any questions or comments? Are you representing them too, Mr. Williams?
No,
Yes, on the person-to-person transfer.
no, Essex House we're talking about. We're going down the line.
Okay.
So, yeah. Okay, so Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. 771-25, hearing on renewal for 25-26 license term Club 466. Is there a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
Second?
Thank you. Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. 772-25, hearing on renewal for 2025-26 license term Yuquitos Restaurant and Bar.
I make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Is there anybody here representing?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. 773-25, resolution rescinding in part ABC Resolution number 765-25, removing license number 072233-060-009, Wilshire Hospitality Services 2 LLC, trading as Wilshire Grand Hotel, as a licensee approved for renewal for the 25-26 license term for failure to pay fees to the state ABC and West Orange. So this is, this license was put on Resolution 765-25 without them having paid the fees to the state and West Orange. There are two ABC licenses for Wilshire. They were confused. They got confused. So we put this on. It should not have gone on. So now we have to just rescind that one from the last resolution we approved. And they are on for renewal tonight, but that's separate from this.
Okay. Is
Okay.
there anybody representing
No.
the licensee? Okay.
Is there a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second?
Councilwoman I'm sorry, Castellino. Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. 775, resolution regarding alcohol beverage control board's adjudication of transfer of license applications concerning JoJo Restaurant Services LLC, Township of West Orange. Mr. Williams, this is yours, correct?
That's mine, application.
Yes.
Just want my clients to step forward. You can stand right here.
Good evening.
I'll introduce you. Okay, Robert C. Williams appearing on behalf of JoJo's Restaurant Services LLC. This is a person-to-person transfer. We've made an application to your board to transfer the license, which is currently the South Valley Barbecue. You just renewed the liquor license, Lux 123 LLC. We've made an application to transfer it to my clients. The actual application is made by JoJo's Restaurant Services LLC. There are two members. I have Joanne Jean Louise right here, and her uncle Jean Paul Dorset. Is that how you spell it? Dorset? Did I pronounce it? Okay.
Dorsian.
Why are they here? They want to invest $1.2 million in West Orange. They want to buy the restaurant and operate it, upgrade it, and hopefully have a very successful enterprise on Valley Road. That's why the application is here. You have received a report from the West Orange Police Department, which I'm assuming that you have reviewed. We take issue with the report. We're here tonight to explain to you why there were certain answers that were made on the police form. And quite honestly, I strongly disagree with the characterization of Lieutenant Kearns. People do make mistakes, and we're here tonight to address that. But he is correct. There is absolutely nothing in what that report that was submitted to you which would bar my clients from owning a liquor license. There was no crime of moral turpitude ever committed. They are not statutorily barred, but in his opinion, he felt that because they answered the questions improperly, that they should be denied a liquor license. We strongly disagree. So if you've read the report, I would first like to address the items concerning Joanne Jean Louise, and I'm going to have her step forward. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Now, Ms. Louise, you've read the report that was submitted by the West Orange Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that, the lieutenant has said that you were dishonest when you responded to the question. You read that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I have a copy of the answer that you provided and which he correctly referred to as question number 42.
Would you like me to read it?
Well, you answered no.
Correct.
And the question was, have you or any member of your immediate family ever been arrested, indicted, charged with, or convicted of a criminal or disorderly persons offense in the state of New Jersey? You answered no.
Correct.
Okay. And you're here tonight to give a little background on your relationship to West Orange and to why you answered no. You'll tell the board, correct?
Absolutely.
All right, so just briefly, where were you born and raised?
West Orange,
Graduate from West Orange High School?
correct, in 2007.
And after you graduated from West Orange High School, what did you do?
I went to Penn State University.
You were admitted to Penn State?
Yes,
Okay, and how long were you there?
I was there for a year.
And what happened? What caused you to leave?
While there, I was diagnosed with Graves' disease, which is like an thyroid autoimmune disease.
And after that, you had to basically stay home for treatment. Is that
Correct,
correct?
for about a year and a half. No one knew what was wrong with me initially, so it's back and forth to St. Barnabas. My parents wanted me home so that they could monitor me and see what was happening.
And during that period, that took you into December of 2008?
Correct.
Okay, and you've read the report. The report submitted by Lieutenant Kearns shows that you had essentially 3 instances where you were either charged with an offense which was dismissed or charged with an offense that was downgraded, and one that you pled guilty to was a disorderly persons. None of these were crimes.
Correct.
Okay, now, explain to the board how you confused your answer with answering no, even though you were aware that these incidents happened 17 years ago.
Well, I answered no because I didn't understand exactly what the question was stated. I knew that there were, it wasn't something that was criminal. I knew that I made some mistakes and I'm honest about it and I'm here to talk about it. It was a really rough time for me. I understood that I was going to be fingerprinted and that this wasn't something that I was looking to hide. It was just an oversight while filling out this very large, in-depth application.
Now, during this period, which was really just within a year that these 3 instances occurred, what was your state of mind? And you were 18 years of age, correct?
Yes, I was 18 years of age. I just was really lost. I graduated college and the best time of my life. I'd be going to a school that I wanted to go to with some friends of mine. And when I found out that I had to come home and I wasn't going to be able to go to school, it shattered me. And I was really lost and I was looking for some guidance and I made some mistakes and I'm here to address them. I'm here to own up to them. And I'm not that person that I was at 18.
Now, let's move forward.
Yeah.
What do you have today as well as a way of employment?
I own 2 ice cream shops in Union County, Magic Fountain Union Creamery being one in Union, New Jersey, on the corner of Vauxhall and Stuyvesant. It's been there for about 50 years. I've been there for 6. There I employ 23 children of the community and we're open 10 months out of the year. I just opened up a second ice cream shop in Springfield where I'm looking to do the same as I'm doing in Union. I love being part of the community and working with the community.
Now, you live very close to the restaurant which you're hoping to purchase.
Correct. Walking distance. I went there as a child to Charlie Brown's all the time.
And in addition to your 2 magic fountains, you also have another business that you're involved in.
Correct. An electronic business.
Now, when you filled out the forms, in addition to this one police report, there were several others that you had to fill out, correct?
Correct.
And there was numerous documents that you had to provide to the West Orange Police Department in order to obtain the approval.
Correct. I spent 3 weeks obtaining documents.
Okay. And all that being said, the only thing that was reported was your failure to disclose that you had these 3 instances. One was dismissed, one was an ordinance, and one was a disorderly person. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And since that time, you've had no involvement with any legal authority in this state or any other state that would prohibit you from owning a liquor license?
That is correct.
Does the board have any questions?
Yeah, can you tell me about the business that you would like to open here?
Yeah, absolutely. So 34 South Valley, it is a local bar and grill right now. It operates right now, I believe from 5 p.m. till about 2 o'clock in the morning. It's a place where people meet, people socialize, people get together. I would love to come into the business and grow the business, offer some more food offerings. I have a background in supply chain management, so I'd also be able to offer a lot of other things that the current owners don't have, maybe the background, time, and knowledge to do.
Okay, is there any other aspect of the restaurant that you plan on changing? Do you plan on having it as a restaurant and bar?
So I know right now it's more of like an maybe like an after work spot where people will go and socialize. I'd like to make the opportunity where more families can come together and be there. I grew up in the area right off of Gregory Avenue. Like I said, I went there as a child. Charlie Brown's, I think, every Wednesday or Thursday night. So I'd like to incorporate that as well. It's a really great thing that I did after school. That I'd love to continue and offer to the other kids that are here in West Orange growing up.
So would you say that this is going to be a family-friendly
Absolutely.
restaurant?
Absolutely. I'd love to see my neighbors. I'd love to see, peers that I went to school with bring their kids and their families. I've spent a lot of time there in the establishment during this process, and I've seen so many friendly faces, community, leaders, and I'm very excited. I'm excited to have this opportunity to just prove that I can do something different.
And you've heard the concerns from neighbors about noise from commercial businesses. And you do have quite a bit of residential property around that business. How do you respond to that?
So I do know that there are some residential homes around that business, but we want to follow the rules and respect the rules that the township and the township ordinance has. So I heard you speaking to somebody earlier that, loud music shouldn't be played, past 10 o'clock at night, if I'm not mistaken, if that's what I heard earlier. We want to follow the rules and I want to respect my neighbors. It's also the community I live in.
Right.
So.
Okay.
She has to respond to her neighbors, but she is a neighbor.
I live in that community. So, like I said, I'd like to make it a little bit more family oriented. I have a couple of ideas. I've spoken to some people that I've worked with in the past in a similar setting. And, as long as this goes well, I'm ready to hit the ground running if given the opportunity.
Any other questions of Mr. My client? I have.
Councilwoman Scarpa, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay, I'll give the mic over to Mr. Dorset. This is the other member, Jean Paul Dorset. When he responded, pursuant to the report submitted by Lieutenant Kearns, he was asked on question 46, have you ever been a party in a civil court action? He responded, no. Lieutenant Kearns said that an investigation revealed that 21 years ago, he filed a bankruptcy petition and withdrew it. I actually have the attorney who filed the petition here tonight, Mr. Cambria, because he wanted to, and I don't want to drag this on all whole night, saying that is not necessarily how you describe a bankruptcy petition. Civil action is usually when it's a lawsuit, one party against another. He filed for a petition in bankruptcy and withdrew it. He answered no to the best of his ability to that question. He's here tonight to state that he didn't intend to mislead anybody, correct?
Yes,
You got to hold that up, sir.
yes.
And that he's looking forward to retiring in the next year and working at this establishment with his niece. And he'd answer any other questions that the board may have. Mr. Cambria has been here and he has over an hour drive, but he felt it was very important. Mr. Cambria, would you please step forward? I just want to acknowledge the extent that we've gone through. He's an attorney at law in Homedale. He filed the bankruptcy petition and withdrew it, but he was very concerned that there was a misconception that this wasn't a civil suit. This was just a right that people have to file for bankruptcy. He worked it out and withdrew it. And we don't feel that's anywhere near a situation that would disqualify you from having the opportunity to participate in a restaurant.
How long ago did you attempt to file that?
21 years.
Okay. Do you have any financial concerns right now?
you have any financial concerns right now? The answer is no. 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 And that's why he's making this, that's why he's going in. He's been good for 21 years. He's looking to retire and help his niece because he has a great talent. He can fix anything. So we need that in the restaurant business.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a little shy. You can see.
How about our air conditioning here?
Yeah, maybe we could do that. Several other people here that wanted to get up and say a few words. I told them that, quite honestly, it would only be redundant. They would say nice things about both of these individuals. I think you've heard some very nice things. You have people that are committed to West Orange. And the beauty of the whole thing is this. Although you give them the liquor license, you still have the power to discipline. If something goes wrong, you have the right to call them in. And I think the theme here is opportunity, as my client said. She just wants the opportunity to prove that she can run this restaurant. It's been a dream of hers, that she's lived up the street. She's been there since she was a child, when it was Charlie Brown's. And we're just asking for the person-to-person approval. Because of the police report and all that's gone in, I would ask that if you approve this, that you make it effective July 15th, because we still have to get the funding. Although it's been approved, we have to get everybody together, because I could not tell them, and nor would I, that you were automatically going to approve this tonight and we could close tomorrow. So I wanted to give everybody time to look at this. And if you feel it's necessary, I can call a representative from the Union Police Department who's very familiar with the operation, who wants to endorse this. But I know you have a long agenda. And if you feel confident that these are people that you want in your town, I would just ask that you approve the person-to-person transfer.
Are there any other questions? Councilwoman Scarpa?
No questions.
Ms. Cook, are you involved in this at all?
No,
I am not.
Okay.
she likes to watch me.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I think we're.
Okay, so 774-25, basically, if it's approved, they're gonna agree with the police department. Is that correct?
What's that?
774-25, resolution regarding alcohol beverage controls, adjudication of transfer of license application concerning JoJo Services. This was a resolution to deny.
No, we're not, that resolution to deny is,
So you don't want that?
absolutely not. We want an approval.
Right, so what we need to do
Is
is,
adopt a new resolution.
correct, add the resolution to the agenda by
Right.
motion and all
And
that.
I asked that the resolution the transfer be effective July 15th.
Okay,
So I'm giving you plenty of time.
right, so, so 774-25, if you do not want to approve this, you do not have to make a motion or a second, and it will just fail. So I'm gonna call for an approval, and if I don't hear any motions, then it fails.
Of which? What number?
774-25. This is the resolution asking the council to, or ABC board to deny this transfer.
So if you want to deny it, you'll vote yes. If you do not want to deny,
You don't
You
need
vote-
to make a motion at all.
well, I think we need to have the vote, don't we?
No.
No?
You
No,
don't-
none of it's not
no.
moved.
Right. You don't have to move it at all, and then it fails.
But don't we need to know if the three people here want?
It's up to you. I mean, if you want to make a motion in a second, and then you can vote, but
No,
you
I
don't
think-
have to do
I
that.
think just don't make any motion.
Okay, so you're good with no motion?
No motion.
I am
Councilwoman
as
Scarpa?
well. Yeah, I'm good with that as well. Let's
And I
save
am as
time.
well.
Okay, so there's no motion, so that fails. Now I need a motion to add 778-25, resolution authorizing a person-to-person transfer of license 07223321-5.
I make a motion to approve.
I second.
Okay. I'm sorry, I keep. Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
Okay, motion.
Thank you for two
Carries.
reasons. Thank you for approving it, and thank you for adjusting your calendar so that everybody can go home.
Okay. I just want to make a quick remark. First of all, I wish you a lot of success. And thank you for investing in your town and in our town. And I really do hope that you know, you bring us a lot of happiness and that you also really respect that it is a residential area. And right. Yes. Okay.
Thank you once
Best
again.
of luck.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, best
Mr.
wishes.
Williams?
Oh,
Mr.
I'm very
Williams?
excited. Thank you so much. He gave me this. He wanted me to repeat it. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams?
And make some vegetarian options.
Yeah.
She didn't hear me.
Will you be providing resolutions today for public? Oh, Jangaro? Or from Courtney, you do it. Okay. Okay, that's good. And I think you're good now. It's like one more thing, so.
Thank you, Courtney. Are we done?
No.
I make a motion to.
No, we're not. Wishful thinking. So now we have 775-24. Oh, this is important. This is hearing on renewal for plenary retail consumption, distribution, and club licenses for 2025, 2026 license term. This is the resolution with all of the licensees listed on it. It was updated today and I sent it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you also print it out?
I believe I may have forgotten to do that,
Okay.
but
I can look at it online. It's online. Did you update it online?
I did, yes, I did.
Okay.
And it's highlighted in red. So that you'll see there was 2 additional from the time that you received the original resolution.
One is Misty's, right?
Yes,
It's in red, and then the other one is T&T Liquors,
correct.
trading as Liquor Lobby.
Yes.
Oh, they're right there close
They all
together.
met their requirements, tax clearance, they paid their fees to the state and they paid their fees to West Orange.
Motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Hold on a minute.
It's
Okay,
not loaded on the website though.
it is. I did it today. I did it this
When I'm
afternoon.
clicking on it, it doesn't go. Okay, it's all right.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. 777-25, hearing on renewal for 2025-26 license term Harrison Avenue Tavern, Inc.
That's also new.
Yes, that is new. He got his tax clearance very late today at 4 PM, so.
That Vinny, he's a
Yeah,
rascal.
I know.
What's the name of the business?
The Hat.
The
Oh,
Hat.
that's
on
the Hat.
Harrison Avenue.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Make a motion to approve?
Okay, is there a second?
Second?
Okay, Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries. I believe that is it. Now we can have a motion to adjourn the ABC and enter back into our,
I make a motion to adjourn the ABC and enter back into our regularly scheduled programming.
yeah. Okay,
And I second.
thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. The motion carries. We are back in our public meeting. I'm going
Okay.
to text Mr. Smeraldo to let him know. Okay.
If you guys are having problems hearing back there, come up front. It's not as noisy.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so we're gonna review the
Start going.
consent agenda now?
Yeah, I don't think we need those guys at the moment.
Okay. Um,
Oh, all right.
ooh. Oh. Approval of minutes of previous meeting, May 6th, 2025, and May 20th, 2025, public meeting, June 12th, 2025, special meeting. Is there a consent?
Consent.
Consent.
Thank you. Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids, CDBG road rehab of Franklin Avenue and Oxford Place. Bid closing 6/24/25, 10 a.m. Is there consent?
Consent.
Consent.
Bill
Consent.
list. Are there any questions on the bill list?
Yes.
Okay.
We may need Mr. Smeraldo and Mr. Tiniak.
Okay,
for
I
the
did,
bills.
so I can move forward and then when they come in. Resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes, I'd like to pull 16225. And I just have some questions on and comments on 15425, but I don't have to necessarily pull it.
Okay, so what was the first one? 153.25?
No,
Oh,
16225.
162, sorry. Okay. All right.
Scarpa 162.
Yes. and then-
I'd like to pull 158 just for question.
Okay, so then you don't have to pull it if you only
Oh,
have
okay.
questions?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll just mark
I'm
that.
sorry, 159. I'm sorry, 158.
158.
Yeah,
Only questions?
question.
Okay,
We're also going to need Mr. Smeraldo for that.
okay.
Also 153.
You're going to ask questions or pull?
Both.
That's a pull.
Both, okay. Okay. All right, and Council President, do you have any?
No.
Okay, good. So is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Oh, wait. Yeah, yeah. Is there a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Okay,
Second.
A second.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, the motion carries. All right, so there. So in the meantime, can you sign all the ABC resolutions so that I can scan them in and get the licenses tomorrow?
It doesn't have the cute little color tapes on
You know,
it, so I don't know what to do with it.
slackers. I don't think, no, that's here. So they're all in there. So, and they're all,
I've already knocked it over once,
oh, okay.
but it was when it was full of ice. What happened when I
Oh.
gasoline, I would just leave it there.
Okay.
So she got back. and
Oh, that's very nice.
That's a welcome back.
All right, so this is.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Let me just go through them real quick so that I get rid of the one that was not approved. Well, 774.
We got as far as we could without you.
Yes.
Okay,
All right, this is good.
make a motion to adjourn.
Yeah, we tried that already.
This is all wet.
Sorry.
Right.
Are you gonna have to redo this, the resolution, for, South Valley?
No, they didn't change it.
One. Mr. Smeraldo.
Yes, sir.
We have gotten as far as, I think, 153.
150.
Councilwoman Rudin hold that.
Okay, I'm gonna defer to the Director, Stormwater Management.
I think that my questions are really more administrative.
Okay,
But you actually pulled it, right? We're gonna have a vote.
150.
3, right?
Yes, yes, so I would let this pulled.
Yes, 153 was pulled by Councilwoman Reardon.
Okay, so I questioned in advance why these fees were so low and why they are so high, so low for the developers and so high for the minor developments.
153.
Yes. And just looking at other townships, especially for large developments, they do much higher fees and then they tack on a number per acre. For instance, an Old Bridge does $175 per acre. So I'd like to see these fees increased, especially for major developments.
Councilwoman, I did not, I'll let the Director speak, because I did not craft the fees.
Yeah, so for the fees for the major development, I figure $1,000 since they're gotta pay the escrows for the review fees to the planning board and zoning board.
Mhm.
There wasn't really anything behind it. And then the 750, I clearly remember that we discussed that for the 3 reviews.
Bills.
Yes, so I'm okay with it being $750 for the minor developments, even though that's a little high. I'm not okay with $1,000 for major development. So I'd like to see that go up substantially before, I would consider this. And I'd also like to consider the additional tacking on per acre of a
So you're
fee.
gonna do it basically the same way that the Soil Conservation District is doing it, which is per acre and per, let's say, classification of the use. For example, site plans get charged a different number per disturbance, or let's say a one single family dwelling. If it goes in front of the board, it becomes a major development, then you will have a different kind of fee. You
Yes.
understand what I'm driving?
Yes, yes. But
Mhm.
I'd like to just adjust these fees and have it come back. Is there a time that we need to do this by? Or can we do this at our next meeting? To
We
get
could
the
put
adjustment?
this on This meeting, but it's been more than 20 days already since the last, second reading for the stormwater ordinance was adopted.
Right,
So just understand that delaying this means we're not gonna be able to put it in place. The
do we
ordinance.
have a major development
Well,
coming up in
that will
between?
be in the planning or zoning board, that's
Right.
not be with me right now.
Okay, so I'd like to propose a permit fee for a major development to be minimum of 3K plus 175 per acre of the entire lot. I'm also wondering about stormwater escrow. Whether or not we should require an escrow
Well,
for,
but don't forget, if you have a major development, they're gonna pay the escrow to the planning and zoning board professionals for the review.
okay. So,
So that will be no escrow for the
No.
engineering department because there's nothing for me to review. It's already being reviewed and approved at the planning and zoning boards. So all they're coming basically to the engineering department is basically to get a piece of paper that says you have a permit.
okay, so this is just for the permit price. Okay.
Yes,
So,
that's the reason why I
Got it.
didn't make it like, because I know they're gonna be paying a lot of money through
Okay.
escrow for all of the reviews and the consultants for the
Right.
boards.
okay, so that's my amendment that I'd like to see.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yes, I would agree with Councilwoman Rudin. When I put this together with her and our planning board friend from Verona, Verona has significant fees, and given the financial situation we're in and adding to the engineering department, we need to really recoup some of the fees for the time that they are going to be spending on these issues. So I would like us to look at what other townships are doing and have a fee structure that's, a little bit more in line with others, where we can recoup some of our costs.
Councilwoman Scarpa, I don't know if you were able to hear Councilwoman Rudin, but Councilwoman Rudin said that she did a survey of area municipalities to see what their fee structure was. And she came back with some new numbers. I don't know whether you were able to hear those, but that it may not require you to do additional research or to see additional research, because it sounds like Councilwoman Rudin has already done it.
Great. All right. If that's the case, that's fine. I just want us to be thorough and I want us to make sure we're recouping our costs.
So we're good. Is there any other discussion? Because I think at this point, we're going to have to either vote it down or withdraw it. And you'll just bring it back at the July meeting.
Yes, I will do it basically based on our ordinance on the three thresholds.
Can we make the changes that I suggested
Changes.
and vote
Yeah.
on that? And
Yeah, let's do that.
Mr. Burke, can we just change the numbers in this resolution here tonight and then just vote on it to?
If it's a resolution, I believe you can. I can't comment on whether there's any issues with what numbers you're changing it to, if there's some kind of a legal issue with that. But if you're just trying to make a motion for a resolution, you should be able to do that.
Ms.
Yes.
Carvalho, you don't know of any existing law or a regulation that would prevent us from changing the fees to the fees that Councilman Rudin suggested. Okay. So let's modify this by motion, and Councilwoman Rudin, each thing that you want to change, we will have a motion and vote.
Okay, so my first suggestion would be to raise the permit fee for major developments to $3K.
$3,000?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll
Plus,
second it.
plus,
Wait. So before, can we go through the actual resolution? Because I have to make a note on here. So is it where it says for major developments that are part of the land use board application, a permit fee in the amount of, it says right now 1,000, you want to change that to 3,000?
yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure I get it right. Okay,
And I'll second that if need be.
okay. All right, and we'll vote on that. That's the first amendment. But can we vote on all the amendments at once or should we do them separate?
Yes, it would depend on if we think there's going to be objections to any of the amendments.
Oh, true.
Cleaner.
All right, we'll do them separate. Okay, so let's do them separately.
Wait, I have a question for
Sure.
the director.
Sure.
For a minor development, you included, you put the number 750 for 3 reviews.
Yes.
Do you think on a very small development that 3 reviews are necessary, or can we lower the fee a little bit for the minor development?
I will tell you that I basically write at least 6 memos before a permit is issued.
So you think that's a fair price?
750 is more than a fair price. If you look at a professional engineering fees,
Right.
you're talking about at least $200 an hour.
Okay, so then we be raising the fee for the major?
It's for the residents, so just raise it for the major.
Okay,
the
but
three
is that even
components.
is that even raising it enough for the a major?
I'm not reviewing anything. So
Yeah.
that should definitely offset for the time that I spend doing the
Okay,
residential
because
improvements. And then what you could do, if you want to do the $3,000 and then do plus $175 per acre of disturbance.
can I say of the entire lot? I'd like to suggest for the entire lot, because when you review it, you also do the impact of the area that is not disturbed.
I don't have any issues.
Okay,
It's-
all right.
I mean, it's just additional fees to the
Okay,
developer. It's
fine.
not one for the residents.
That's right.
Yeah, I agree with you about let's not load onto residents. Let's.
Right.
Yeah.
I was trying to lower it, but it was
There will
a
be-
lot of
I
work.
will be honest, there will be instances probably like if a resident comes to me and they say they don't have, more money, I will waive the fee. I
Mhm.
have done it in the past for permits.
If it's a very small project.
Yes.
Yes,
I
okay,
do
Okay.
make that consideration.
okay.
Okay, so right now we're voting on 1,000 to 3,000.
Correct. So
Okay.
I make a motion to.
Well, we already did that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we voted for that?
No, now we're gonna vote.
Okay.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. All right, next amendment.
I make a motion to tack on to the 3K, 175 for, per acre for the entire lot.
I'll second it.
Acre for the lot. All right, so add to the $3,175 per acre for the entire lot,
Or just for the size of the lot?
for the size of the lot. For the. Okay. Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. And where exactly in the resolution would that go?
Right where it is, right, oh, in the amount of
In the amount of $3,000
plus,
okay. Plus. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. Okay. Taking credit for your work. Okay, is there any other amendments to this?
no.
Okay, good. So now we'll vote on it as amended. So, hold on one moment. Is there a motion to approve 153-25 as amended?
So moved.
Yeah, I'll second.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Now, 158-25, Councilwoman Rudin, you had some questions about that.
Yes, I had requested that the letter that would be attached to the estimated tax bill written by the mayor be shared with the council.
Okay. The mayor's not writing a letter. She's not gonna write a letter.
We had requested that.
I understand the mayor's not writing a letter. She chose not to because the mayor does a monthly mailing to everybody. And so what she's going to do is include your information that you requested in her monthly mailing. And we're gonna post it on the website, social media and everything else.
Like, what monthly mailing does she do to
She has a
everybody?
she does a monthly mailing through her office that she sends out. She's been doing it for a couple of months now.
Who receives that?
The citizens.
I've never received it.
I've never received it.
I don't know. I can follow up. She
Do you
said,
receive it?
Don't think so.
I don't know if it's an actual mailing. It may actually be.
It's an email?
It may be an email. I'll follow up with her, but she said she's not going to do the letter
is
for
an
the.
email.
It is an email?
I think it
It is
is.
an email. And I think it's posted to the website. But she's not, she chose that she doesn't want to do a cover letter. She'd rather include it in on the mailings or in, social media on her mail. So
Well, we had specifically requested that because
I understand, but the mayor's the mayor and she doesn't want to write it. So you have to take it up with the mayor. So, sorry, but, I asked her, I requested it and she advised me she's not doing it. So.
Is there an additional cost to mail the letter along with the third quarter? Tax then?
I would estimate that there probably is a cost. I don't know if it's that exorbitant because it goes into the mailing. But the third quarter tax bill or the tax bills, are they just mailed directly without an envelope?
No, they go into an envelope and they're folded by the company that we send out. We print the bills.
Right.
Yeah, maybe they would tack on an additional fee for folding the letter. But I think just my own opinion, a letter is probably better suited for the Q4, because then we would have our actual tax rates. And we can explain, part of the letter usually is you have the pie chart of what the taxes are from the county perspective, the local, the Board of Ed. So right now we're running off of estimated. Q4 will have actuals. So I would put that letter in for Q4.
Okay,
Again, you'd
can-
have your finals.
And just so when we did the questions and I sent them out, there was a comment about that. I did write in that question, that comment that the mayor's not going to provide a letter. So I did. send
I
that out
just thought that it wasn't going to be provided tonight.
No, it says once it's going to be provided, because it'll have to be done by tomorrow. It has to be done by tomorrow, and she just felt that it wasn't time to do it, and I think she agreed with Mr. Detiniak on if we could, it may be better served if we're going to send anything out, send it out in the fourth quarter. So.
Let's,
So-
go ahead, sorry.
All right.
Yeah, let's get the timeline for the fourth quarter, just so we can start work on it now in terms of what copy we would like to suggest be included. Does that make sense, Council?
Well, if the mayor is going to refuse to put a letter in at all, then there's no point in creating.
Well, we didn't say she's not going to do it in the fourth quarter. She just said she's not going to do it in the third quarter. So I don't know what if it's going to be. We advised her that in that sense, with the third quarter taxes, she decided she didn't want to do it. She asked our advice and we came up with some solutions. And part of the solution is to put what your request was for the tree ordinance, to put it in her monthly news feed.
Okay.
So if you could just let us know what the timeline is for that, so.
For the fourth quarter?
Well, you said the mayor wanted to put the information in her monthly.
Yeah, she works with Melanie and Kate on producing that, so I don't know when that's going to be. That's their. I can find out from Kate and Melanie tomorrow.
Oh, please do, because I don't think she's expecting to reproduce the tree ordinance. I think it's.
No, it's not. No, it's just a matter of, and I think in her letter, we could actually put like the link so people can just click on it. I mean, the tree ordinance and a lot of other things are well embedded into our website. Let me use, I'll see if I can find it on this. Right.
Yeah, so they have a few monthly newsletters up on the website, and so there's a place for links and for banners and logos. Like
Right.
we have the June one. We have the June is Pride Month on here, and
I see the newsletter. It's a reprinting of past announcements and flyers. It's not a written newsletter. So, yeah, is this going to be even on this one?
She told me that they were probably going to do it on the next one. That's what
yeah,
I
they'll
told
they'll
her.
put it on the July.
Yeah, it'll be on the July. Yeah,
How many people get this?
I don't know that answer. I know it goes on our website. It goes on social media, whatever. And I don't know, Mr. Fagan, if you can answer that question or not. But
I think if you sign up through Civic Send, you automatically get a copy.
I'm not that familiar with it. I know it does. It's not posted on social media. I believe it's on the website, but I can't answer for sure because I don't know.
Okay, so I would not call this a newsletter. This is.
It doesn't matter if the mayor wants to call it a newsletter.
Okay,
yeah,
but I'm
this
just
is
correct.
this is
I'm
the
just
mayor's
correcting.
project. So, it's.
Councilwoman Scarpa.
Yeah, I just would like to say that the whole reason for sending this out with the tax forms is that we have so many residents that are not on the email and never look at our website. This information needs to be disseminated in a serious way because most of the residents have no clue about our tree ordinance. So it does need to go out with the fourth quarter taxes. And I would like to see us move in that direction.
Well, like I said, that's the mayor's call, and as we saw tonight, Mr. Fagan announced it at tree ordinance. So we're going to make every effort to publicize it, but mayor chose not to do the letter.
That's very disappointing.
I think it's very clear that we make the right effort and the efficient and appropriate effort, and not some effort that no one is going to see.
Every resident in this town who pays taxes would be getting that information instead of looking at our website.
Well, I think it's ironic. We're trying to go paperless and we're talking about tree ordinance and sending out letters that are made from trees. Just the irony is there.
Well, thank you for pointing out that irony.
I'm just pointing it out. That's all. And we are on our goal to go paperless. So, this is part of it. What's the matter?
It's a bug.
Oh,
That's
no.
Allegra.
Oh, it's a killer. Ew.
Is it a centipede?
It's not anymore.
Oh.
Thank you. That's still.
It's waving at you. Look at it now.
Mr. Smeraldo, we're on video. Is this really the way you feel about another life?
Yes, it is when Madam Clerk's jumping in the seat.
Okay, so I think what needs to happen is if the council members who really care about this, I think need to have a conversation with the mayor and see if there's some middle ground that you can all agree on, because I agree that it would be more effective to send it out in the tax form, because everybody who owns property here is highly likely to have trees. So it would be a really good way to meet them. But so I would suggest, unless you have a better idea, that maybe you and Councilwoman Scarpa see if you can arrange a time to meet or talk with the mayor and see if you can win her over.
Yeah, I just want to say we have a history of being inefficient in so many areas of the way we do business. And this is common sense. And I think it's a business decision as much as it is the mayor's.
So
We're losing revenue because people don't understand the tree ordinance.
Exactly.
So we're committed to a fourth quarter letter, and we'll make sure that that goes into it. Again, we didn't want to send a letter explaining the tax rates because they're estimated. We're cognizant of the fact that the revaluation has gone into effect. We're already getting the phone calls because we did post the bill to Munidex. And we have people that think, I'll take this third quarter bill, multiply it by 4, and this is what my taxes are for the year. And so, we're constantly having the conversation of, no, you can't do that. You take your first and second, you're going to add to this one, and then the fourth one is going to be hopefully pretty close to this or not. And so we just don't want to put estimated tax rates out there. And then if something goes up or goes down in the fourth quarter, we're going to have people come back and say, but you told me it was this rate and now you're telling me it's this rate. So we want to do the letter with the pie chart and explaining the tax rates for Q4. And, we feel that would be a good time to put, anything we can kind of agree on as a group, and certainly referencing the tree ordinance. And, Mr. Fagan brought it up here, and I think we'll continue to bring it up in the public meetings and really get the word out there.
So I can add to the conversation too. So believe it or not, our staff actually sits home and watches this. And I sometimes ask why, because we're here and we do this. But so I received from Melanie that 24,000 people get the newsletter monthly. So
Thank you, Melanie.
So thank you, Melanie, for sending that in. And normally we don't like to call out names. I apologize. I don't want to say much, but she provided that for us. So I want to give her kudos. So thank you. So 24,000 residents received the email monthly. So it's not as if it's not getting alert. So, okay.
Yeah. And the other side of this is if I understand correctly,
I apologize, 2,400. She corrected me. She corrected me.
Yeah, that's more like
My
it.
glasses are off. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I stand corrected, Melanie. I'm sorry. Thank you. 2,400 newsletters. I apologize. Sounds better.
There's the point.
2,400 monthly emails.
Yes.
Emails. We don't know how many.
Instead of reaching every single household.
So,
Okay, that's a choice.
Well, it's property owner households. There's a lot of renters
Yes.
in town who would not get that. But
But
if
the
I-
renters aren't taking down trees.
well, they could. If they're renting houses, they very well could. And I don't want to argue with you. I shouldn't have said anything. So, but I think the flip of this is that the council sounds very interested in actually helping develop the content. The wording of what we might think to suggest is important to convey. So we would like to get, I think a timeline. I don't want to be speaking for you guys if I'm speaking out of turn, but get a timeline and then we can work on maybe some length issues of what might be needed, and we'll develop some copy and suggest it.
Yeah, I would say by the end of August, we should have it finalized, because we'll send the bills out in September. So, just giving some weeks between when we'd send bills out and when we would want it. I'd say definitely by the end of August.
Okay, well, we can get you copy by then, and if you just want to give us a rough length of what you're looking for, we can put that together. Does that sound like a plan?
It's really just one sentence.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
it's one sentence.
Yeah, not much to it.
But I'll talk to the tax collector and sort of give you like a character limit, not limit, but just because we're going to include the pie chart and the rates, just how much space is left.
Okay. Great, that'd be great if we can collaborate on this. Have we drained this?
Yep.
Already approved on June 12th.
Oh, right, that's what you're saying. So it's in here on the agenda, but
It is
we've already
because
voted.
it was a marker because I didn't want us to mess up the resolution number.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So. And I also wanted to, if people didn't see that particular meeting, then now they're aware that it was already approved on that date.
Okay,
all
we
right.
can move on?
Yes, 162-25 resolution authorizing execution of professional services agreement with Diana McGovern Esquire to serve as planning board attorney. Councilwoman Scarpa, you pulled this.
Yes, I think I made my my thoughts on this very clear in my response to public comment in the letter that was sent, and I would like to make a motion to table this until we get an appropriate response.
Okay, is there a second to
Second.
table? Okay, hold on one moment. Okay, take a vote. Any more discussion before we
Yes,
vote?
yes, I would also like to ask, where is Mr. Warner's contract?
So Mr. Warner was asked to provide a contract. I'm not gonna get into the specifics, but there wasn't an agreement amongst parties, and that's why it wasn't provided. They're still negotiating. Mr. Warner and the administrator, the legal division department they're going back and forth.
I don't understand what is there to discuss? He has a contract, we get to approve it.
Right, when that contract is being disputed right now, so they're negotiating the contract, so. But that's all about as far as I can get into it, because I don't
Okay.
want to.
Well, then I would add on to that until we see Mr. Warner's contract, we should continue to hold off on Ms. McGovern's contract.
Okay.
Well, it's up to the council, the individual council people, but that does make sense.
Makes sense to me.
And it makes sense just for perspective or context. They were being compensated at two different levels up to this point.
Yes.
During this year,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the point was that, what was asked was that we get them to parallel, and we got them to, where there was the same compensation basically, for the rate of the hour and all that. But then there was some other, I guess, legal challenges that Mr. Warner and the administrator, or the law department were discussing. So until that's settled, I don't know what, and I can't get into the specifics because I'm not handling the case, but I can tell you that there's ongoing discussions,
Then how can we approve Mr. Warner's bills at this time?
because he's been hired by the the zoning board, which the zoning board has the right to hire. This council asked to get a contract from, they can hire whoever they want. And, Mr. Burke, you can back me up on this, but the zoning board and the planning board can hire who they want. They have that ability as a body. You asked if we can get these contracts, which we were trying to do, so that you can just codify it, basically, I guess, that we put it to you, and then you say, okay. So that's what we did. You asked us to do it, we did. We were able to get Ms. McGovern's settled, and Mr. Warner's not.
Well-
So by holding up Ms. McGovern's, we did what you asked, and now it's being held up because you don't need information from Mr. Warner. I can't, just so we're all on the same page here, they're separate entities, they're separate businesses, and we can't tell them what to bill us for. We just have to agree to it. And if one business wants to charge us $1 an hour and the other wants to charge us $2 an hour, we did what we tried to do to help Ms. McGovern out, but whatever the case is now.
Well, I'd like to just clarify the record. For years and years and years, both of these positions were compensated at the exact same rate, which was $3,500 plus a year, plus 500 for special meetings. A few years ago, that doubled to 7,000 plus 500 for special meetings. That recently went up to 750 for special meetings. Mr. Warner they both had the exact same contract. Mr. Warner had a contract that was supposed to be given to the council last year. It was put up on the agenda and then it was pulled. And then he got another contract that nobody approved, giving him $195 an hour, while Ms. Govern was paid the same rate of $7,000 a year plus 500 for special meetings. I pointed out the inequity, and the inequity apparently still exists. So I don't know how we can go forward with this. And it has always been the practice of this council to approve the contracts of both of these legal advisors.
And just so you know, based upon what we've heard about the way that Ms. McGovern has allowed the planning board to treat not just a full-fledged, properly seated member of the planning board, but our representative, the council's representative on the board, has not been allowed to exercise her duties for multiple planning meetings. I talk to lawyers who've never heard that this has ever happened. Only because she's hurt, she's convalescing, and we're just totally ignoring. It appears, I'm not a lawyer, but it appears we're ignoring federal and state laws that require accommodations for handicapped people. And it's so easy. I mean, as she said in her note to Ms. McGovern, that she's completely accommodated for the council. Like, even as we speak, Mr. Fagan is holding up the sign that says she wants to talk. So I'm not holding this up for Mr. Warner to come across on it, and I do think that they should be paid equally. We'll see what the law says, but I want that issue with Councilwoman Scarpa fixed before I vote for Ms. McGovern, because I just don't understand how she can legally sit there and allow a properly seated member to not participate. Not even mentioning voting. She's not even allowed to vote. It's unconscionable. And I'm not voting for her until this gets satisfied. This is crazy. Councilwoman Scarpa, sorry I went on.
That's okay. I want to thank you for your support and your intelligent comments, as always. I very much appreciate it, and I completely agree with Councilwoman Rudin, and I'm so glad that she articulated all of the issues. We have to continue to look at our personnel procedures and ensure that men and women are paid equally for the same work.
Okay, are we done with comment? Can we move to a vote?
Sure.
Madam Clerk,
Councilwoman Rudin?
this is, excuse me.
This is
a
to
vote
table. Yes. Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries to table. Okay, moving on to ordinances on first reading. 2928-25, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-32.1, handicap parking on streets of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange. Is there a motion to approve on first reading?
Madam Clerk, before we go any further, I just want to interrupt you. I have down in my notes that Councilwoman Rudin wanted to, or maybe this was me, 164-25?
No,
A
Scarpa.
resolution
It
for
was me.
additional funds for emergency storm sewer.
I-
Did I say
You
that
just
I,
jumped over that.
but I don't think I said anything about
You
it.
didn't.
I've got it written down here, but I don't
Yeah.
have my note that says,
It was-
say something about it at the meeting. Don't just put the Q down there.
Yeah, it was approved on the consent, but
Okay.
if you,
So it doesn't matter. Okay, let's move on. Sorry.
and Mr. Fagan. just
I had
reminded
asked to
me-
comment on 154 on the preparation of the estimated tax bills.
Oh, yeah, I do have that. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's just a
Um,
quick comment, but I think it's important.
Okay, and then we also have to do the bill list because that was the
Pass it over because
gentlemen were out of the
those
room.
guys were delinquent.
Yes. So. Okay, so 154, Councilwoman Scarpa, resolution
Right.
authorizing the Township of West Orange tax collector to prepare and mail estimated tax bills.
Right. I just want us to all call our attention to the words of Ms. Sheila Lefkowitz, because her comments about the taxes have been, driven home from so many residents that have been contacting me that are absolutely outraged as what they call the taxes that are out of control. And they want to see us go to a zero increase on the budget. So I think we need to make sure that happens. I am concerned because we're coming to the end of it and we are not close enough. I wanted to go on the record that she is right. Mr. Detiniak needs to sit down with every director and make the necessary cuts to get to zero. And maybe we need to look at freezing all new hires, but I think that we really need to make sure that we are doing the work that the residents are asking us to do. And that is critical. I want to make sure that everyone heard that loud and clear.
Thanks, you, Councilwoman. I think everybody's hearing you. I just think it will be a lot easier to focus on the target once we get the list of all of the suggested modifications of the mayor's budget that we should be getting before the next budget workshop. I think that will make things a whole lot easier to understand and to see exactly where we are.
Great. I completely trust your judgment on this matter. I just wanted to go on the record of we need to take this seriously.
Right, I understand. Mr. Detiniak, did you want to respond at all? You don't have to.
I think it's going to be a very difficult task to get to zero. I don't think it's possible. I'll remind everyone, the Board of Education did not go to zero. They went up to $274 in the average home. What we're seeing now is unfortunately with the revaluation, the new calculations for residents, some have gone up in taxes and 40-something% have gone down. So, we're not going to hear from them. But that sort of magnifies the year-over-year change is because the assessment went way up and now they're paying a larger portion of taxes as opposed to when they were paying last year. So, even if we went to zero, you're going to have 40% of the residents that are going to say, you just said you went zero, but my taxes are still up $1,500 year over year. And that's unfortunately due to the revaluation. And so, we're going to have a set of residents that no matter what we do here, they still are going to go up.
Did you? Can I
I'm
speak?
done. Yes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we have no control over the Board of Education, but we do have control over our budget. And we were put in this position to get the situation under control. And we need to do whatever we need to do to make sure we get our finances in order.
Right, but I want to be realistic and getting to zero, I don't think is going to be realistic, but we're going to continue to go through this process and get it as low as we can. But I don't want to promise zero because I just don't think that there's a way to get there.
Okay, now we're back to the ordinances and, bill list, sorry.
Okay. So, given the fact that we have some sort of issue with Mr. Warner's contract, I would like to pull all the bills for Mr. Warner's firm. I would also, once again, I think this is my fifth time, pull the bills to, that are authorizing payment to Danya Stokes, who was hired to repost government content on the mayor's personal, non-governmental Facebook page. This person is a preschool teacher employed by the mayor, and this is a clear case of insider hiring, and it is a conflict of interest. Over the past year and a half, we have paid over $20,000 in taxpayer funds for this service. I think it's redundant and inappropriate, and I've reported this to the State Finance Board for review. I do not think that we should pay this bill, and I ask my colleagues to support me in holding out until we have a review from the State Finance Board.
So first, I'd like to point out, this person was hired by the mayor. It wasn't anything done illegal. You could report to whoever you want. Mr. Burke actually wrote an opinion earlier today, which I'll turn it over to him. But Ms. Stokes is no longer going to be employed by the mayor as of July 1st. And this was nothing that was done illegal, nothing was hidden. And to make accusations like that, you should really, I would just caution you to stop, to make those, don't make those accusations if you can't back it up.
I'm not making an accusation. I think that this is an
Sounded like
abuse.
to me, so
I
maybe I
think that
missed-
this is an abuse of taxpayer fund, and I think it's inappropriate. And I don't think that the taxpayers of West Orange should be paying for this. So
I
that's why
defer to
I'm
Mr. Burke,
pulling,
'cause he
pulling
the position.
pulling this.
Mr. Burke?
We didn't see anything improper in our review, but if the councilwoman wants to pull the bill based on the referral to the state board, that's her prerogative to do so.
No, I understand, but it's nothing that was done unethical. In your letter, you said it's not unethical.
The information that was given to us, nothing that we saw appeared to violate the local government ethics law.
So if it's your prerogative to pull the bill and not pay her for services provided, then that's gonna be your prerogative, but she did provide the services. Legal provided an opinion. It's not unethical. The services are ending. Services are provided. I think it's in best interest to just pay it and be done with it. But that's not my decision to make. That's the decision of the council. So.
Mr. Burke, did you distribute your legal opinion to the council?
Yes.
Oh, when
Council
did you send that out?
President, about 5 o'clock today, I believe.
Ah, okay. Okay, we will look at it. Thank you very much for your efforts. Councilman Rudin, does this, you're probably like me and have not had a chance to review the legal opinion from Mr. Burke. And I don't know whether that would even change your mind or change Councilwoman Scarpa's mind. But at this point, do you want to continue on with your request to withhold?
Yes,
the
I
bill?
would, I'd like to continue my request to
Okay.
withhold funds,
Okay.
and we can take a vote on that.
So I need a motion and a second to withhold the Warner bills and the bills for Ms. Stokes.
I make a motion to withhold both.
Second?
Okay. Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries.
Okay, I'd also like to just make a point but not pull bills. For anybody who was wondering whether Mr. Trank is still serving this town, we have in here bills for over $22,000 for a month. My opinion, he seems to be nickel and diming us for everything. He's still charging the taxpayers to pay for speaking with department heads and with the mayor, which is all part of his contract, explicitly part of his contract as township attorney. We're being charged for his letters, threatening letters that are written to me. Just want to make sure that the public is aware that Mr. Trank is still very much working for this township and definitely charging us everything he can.
And I think in the court case, we meaning the council are restricted by the judge from doing anything about his compensation. So I appreciate you bringing the facts to the forefront, but there's unfortunately, as far as I can tell, as far as our lawyers have told us, there's nothing we can do about it. Except try to move on in try to settle the litigation. So now can we get the ordinances?
Yes, we can.
Please.
Okay. 2928-20.
Did we vote on the bill list as a whole? Or did we just vote to pull those?
We don't normally vote on the bill.
Oh.
List. We just do like consent. Is there consent on the bill list?
Consent.
Consent.
Thank you,
Consent.
Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
It's
getting to that time of night.
Yes. Okay, so I already read the title
The
for the
witching
handicap
hour.
parking. Is there a motion to approve on first reading?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes,
The motion.
this is an ordinance to create a handicap parking stall.
Yes. In front of 25 Tompkins Street. Okay, 2929-25, an ordinance amending chapter 25, section 11.10 regarding outdoor cafes. Is there a motion to approve on first reading?
I'd like to make an amendment to the resolution.
Okay, we need okay,
That's fine. Okay.
we have to, so Mr. Burke, just so we have to know if it's substantive or,
Well, it's first reading, so we can amend it now without regard to whether it's substantial or not.
okay.
But it's gonna have to be reviewed by the planning board, I believe,
Yes.
in between first and second reading, and then be read again for second reading.
Okay, so I'm not sure whether this was a typo or an error. But when we met the first time to discuss this, we had shifted the hours for the outdoor cafe from noon to 8 a.m. So the hours of the outdoor cafe should actually be from 8 a.m. until 10 p.m.
Okay, so,
And it right
My-
now reads 9 a.m.
right. Oh. Okay, I believe that's a typo.
Okay, so
Yeah,
if
'cause
it's,
I had sent I had sent that to Mr. Gengaro and I believe it was 8 a.m.
yes,
Yes,
okay.
okay.
All right, so then if it's just a typo, what do we do? Just fix the
It doesn't make a
typo.
difference at this
Okay.
point, yeah,
Yeah,
Fantastic.
as long as it's reviewed by the planning.
I'll make sure that it gets fixed.
Okay,
Is that the only thing?
that is
Okay, good. All right, so is there a motion to approve on first reading?
so moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second. Yeah.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And may I ask, will you send this for the next council meeting? I mean, the next planning board meeting?
I will send it to Miss Adams tomorrow morning and she decides when it goes because they have their agenda set far in advance. So she'll let me know the date.
Okay, because we'd really like to get this on for second reading. And actually, I'm not even really sure why this is going for a second review for the planning board.
Because there were changes made, so they need to review it again.
Okay.
So, I mean, we'll do the best we can, but it's up to Miss Adams. I have no control over that. Ordinance 2930-25, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 7, Traffic, subsection 7-18.1, one-way streets designated, subsection 7-12, parking prohibited for street cleaning and maintenance, subsection 7-14.1C, night parking restricted, subsection 7-46.2, parking prohibited during certain hours on certain days on certain streets, servicing residential land uses, except by permit, and 7-46.9C, permit exceptions of the revised general ordinances of the Township of West Orange. Is there a motion to approve on first reading?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Second.
Always a little bit behind. Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And just so if you're wondering at home what we're talking about, we are voting on a proposal by the administration to make Standish Avenue downtown a one-way street, one-way heading north to south to address a lot of the parking and traffic concerns on the street. Next.
Okay. Next is, let's see, pending matters, new matters, council discussion. First matter is Morricone Flowers LTD, the Library of New Jersey LLC, extension request cannabis renewal application.
I'll bet you that last person here,
No.
that's what she wasn't
No.
here for this?
No, that wasn't her.
So who put this on the agenda?
I wish I could remember.
If you say Asmer.
No, it was,
speak out.
I believe, no, I believe it was Mr. Moon. They need an extension similar to the last one that was granted by the council. And
Yes.
I'm trying to remember
to-
why.
For their license, they didn't finish their license in time.
Right, yeah, it was a simple,
Yeah.
it wasn't anything.
They just need a little bit more time.
Right,
Okay, do we need any discussion here?
no, okay, so,
Councilwoman Scarpa?
No.
Okay, good.
all right, so is there a motion to approve the extension?
We can do that.
So moved.
We can do that and then you'll put it on the next agenda? Okay.
Yes. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Councilwoman Rudin?
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa?
Yes.
Council President Kukoviac?
Yes.
Okay. Next is discussion of the consensus appointment for the Economic Development Commission.
We have some candidates,
Okay,
but I don't think they have been fully vetted by the council people. So I'd like to move this to the next meeting.
okay.
Under pending matters, and we will nail this at the next meeting. If
All right.
that's okay with everyone. Unless there's somebody put this on the agenda, so I don't know if they have any candidates.
I didn't put it on.
Okay, well, it's one of those mystery things, but okay.
Okay.
So we will just postpone this till the next council meeting and we will get this done.
Right, that's July 22nd.
Yes.
Okay, the third item is a discussion on seasonal ban on gas leaf blowers. I don't know if any action is being taken tonight on this, but I think that in all fairness to Councilwoman Castellino, I know that she has some thoughts on this, and I think maybe it should be postponed until she has an opportunity to be here and talk about it.
I don't think that there really is any discussion. I can give you the information that I have. I wrote to the mayor and said that since she had always proposed a seasonal ban, and that she said that there was full support from the lawn care community, that she had supported that. And I asked if she would support an ordinance allowing a seasonal ban. And she wrote back and said that she would support a seasonal ban if it excluded golf courses and municipal property.
Right.
And I wrote her back, you probably were copied on all of this, that is not legal. That would set us up for lawsuits. And she wrote back and said, that's the only way she would approve it. So unless Councilwoman Scarpa would support it, a seasonal ban that does not exclude those properties, then we have nothing to discuss.
Okay,
So
At this time.
at this time.
okay.
But and that wouldn't come up until next time. So Councilwoman Scarpa, would you support a seasonal ban that did not make exclusions?
I sincerely believe we need to get the stakeholders in a room and get a little agreement on this before we would move forward on the ban. As I had said before, I really have said for a while, almost a year ago, that I thought a referendum was the way to do it. I do agree with a seasonal ban. If we get agreement from the school, if we talk to the schools, if we talk to our rec department and the landscapers and get some kind of agreement.
The landscapers have all agreed.
Okay,
Well, we also have a situation now where it's unlikely that we would have a supermajority to override the mayor's veto. So I
Right.
think any discussion about.
So
that
I think a
until we-
discussion on this is really
Yes,
not appropriate since we don't have the votes.
yes.
I would like to make a suggestion for a new matter to be discussed. I think that I can do that. So we had previously discussed a noise ordinance and changing some of the hours for noise in certain areas. So I would like to bring that for first reading next council meeting.
okay. And who is the legal department aware of this? Like, do they have an ordinance?
We went through it once already, but then it got rejected and it never went forward.
Oh.
So I will send the changes that I would like to be made
Okay,
through you to the legal department.
okay, that's fine. Council President.
Yes. Oh, I beg your pardon. Councilwoman Scarpa, please.
Yeah, I just think, given what we've heard tonight from the residents, it's imperative that we get this done immediately. Both this and the cafe ordinance. And I want to thank Councilwoman Rudin for all of her hard work on this, on both of these.
Thank you.
But we need to take a vote?
Oh, you
If
need to take a vote to add this to the 7/22 agenda.
So moved.
Okay,
Second?
okay. All right, Councilwoman Rudin,
Yes.
Councilwoman Scarpa,
Yes.
Council President Krokoviac.
Yes.
Okay. The motion carries. 7/22. Okay, good. And if there's nothing else, we can have a motion to adjourn.
So moved?
Is there a second?
I'll
Second.
second.
Too late. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, West
Okay.
Orange. Good
Thank
night.
you.
Good night, West Orange. Thankfully, it's not good morning.
We did it.
What
Thank
they
you.
see.